Enjoy the music just a little longer. I'm almost ready. All right. Well, microphone, why are you picking up so many noises? Weirdo. Anyway, hello, and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Line, and you are all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Today is a fantastic Thursday, or Thursday as some of us might call it. And I hope it's a good one for you. I woke up this morning a little groggy, a little sleepy, and throughout the day I got some stuff done. I finished up the final nullability issues in DDMS, started cleaning up a couple of the other things, but the point is that I'm now ready to do some testing in DDMS, make sure that all of the functionality in the current version that I have in my dev environment works the way that it's supposed to, and then I will start TBD. So excited about testing today. I'm sure you had a fun time on your stream doing your unit testing creation and such. But yeah, so I'm looking over there because I'm expecting DDMS to pop out of Lev, the computer that's over there, and be like, hey, you want to do some S3 stuff now? I'd be like, we still got to test to make sure functionality works. But other than that, I mean, like, it's down to 20 something warnings, some of which are parameters should be auto properties. Some are going to go away when I use the authentication authorization UI from the component library for the RMA stuff. And two of them are called unreachable code exceptions because I have them hidden behind debug switch essentially. So anyway. Oh. Okay. Caught my breath. It's weird though. I was feeling a little sleepy and I feel much better now, but I am out of breath. And Bob Ross is here. We were just talking about you. Well, I mentioned you yesterday to shout you out for your amazing artistic abilities, or was it autistic abilities, for creating these two for the channel. All right, but as mentioned yesterday, the place we are going to go today on stream is RTRAC, tackling bugs that we find and making sure that they work the way that they're supposed to. A lot of it is going to be SQL queries that are not compiling the way they should. Some of it is going to be JSON serialization errors from the API requests when we're running in WASM mode, for example. And in fact, I think I do have it running only in WASM at the moment. Let's find out real quick. Interactive WebAssembly only. Yep. Cool. Serialization errors? Yup. But IE to the 2i pi. They're annoying. The ones that I really don't like are the ones where I'm trying to serialize an object that has an interface member, and I need a custom deserializer for the interfaces because, well, there are a few approaches that we could take for that. The one that I prefer using is adding Newtonsoft serialization rules for when we are doing HTTP requests. So instead of using JSON serializer, it would use Newtonsoft serializer, and Newtonsoft will keep the information about the concrete object that was used for that member. Otherwise, we would have to write custom, what are they called? Anyway, the custom thingies that are for serializing and deserializing, custom converters. They're called converters, I think. So writing our own custom converters for serializing, deserializing using system.text.json. But I hope you're having a great day today, e to the 2i pi. If you guys don't know e to the 2i pi, I'll shout you out in a second, TBD, sorry. TBD was first to say something, but I'm shouting out e to the 2i pi first because it's what I have in my clipboard, and I'm pasting it and I'm hitting enter. And anyway, e to the 2i pi is a fantastic streamer. You can learn a lot from him. He does software development in R, in other mathematical scientific programming languages, MATLAB. I'm just throwing some out there. And right now, JavaScript. So definitely check him out. Great content. If anything, just hang out on his channel. He's an amazing person to hang out with and be around. So just check him out. Enjoy your time there. All right, I need to close that. You are good to go. And you're good to go. And you're good to go. And mathy stuff, yeah. He will tell you exactly what 1 over the square root of negative I is. Like off the top of his head, he'll just be like, oh yeah, we can calculate that right now. And Barbarossa is currently working on a custom architecture virtual machine. VM is another overloaded acronym, and I had to try to figure out which one that was applying to. U-model, virtual machine. Cool, I picked the right one for once. This is very seldom that this happens. Okay, anyway, feel free to keep chatting. I am going to create a branch, and I'm just gonna call it bug fixes because I don't know what else to call it. So what is this custom architecture virtual machine for? Are you just like practicing doing architectural design, like being a systems architect, or is it specifically to tackle something? All right, run in. Kind of just practicing. Then maybe thinking of making it work as the runtime for Demi. Awesome. So if you didn't know, Barbarossa is writing his own programming language, and it's called Demi. It's kind of JavaScripty, it's kind of C#y, it's kind of C++. And if you feel like it, we aren't going to go to the site now, but if you feel like it, you can definitely post your demo site. Is it strongly typed? Asks e to the 2i pi, or is it a functional programming language? Asking all the relevant questions, all the right questions. Yes, phone. Adobe Creative, unsubscribe. Thank you, though. Loosely types, but does have some type protections, says Barbarossa. E to the 2i pi says, that's cool. And then Barbarossa says, yes, functional. Do you know what he means by functional programming, though? Like F# and Lambda, for example. I'm sure you do. I don't know why I asked. I guess for our viewers at home. All right, and there is the site. You know what? I should make a shout out for you now that you are back and semi-active, hanging out, saying hi and stuff. I finally did add this command back. I said I added that command back. What in the gravy train? It is enabled. It's Echo Chat. Everyone can use it. Although I should probably make it moderator. No, everyone can use it. Interesting. Oh, by the way, yesterday I said I would work on the bot during my 2-hour or semi 2-hour free time. And I ended up instead adding all of the, not really adding the data for them because I don't really need the data locally. I just need the databases and their schemas and the tables, and I still need to copy over the views and stored procedures for some of the other ones, but so that we can see them on the stream together whenever I need to go in and see something like, we were looking yesterday for that temp methods table to find what that COD is. E to the 2i pi, you know things. Actually, I doubt this is probably not in your arena, so it's unfair of me to ask, but in the context of sample testing, like testing for analytes in samples, testing for chemicals in water, for substances in dirt, do you have any clue what COD would mean with the acronym COD? When so like the context that I have for it is that it is the 1/2 of the minimum reporting level or some calculation on the uncorrected mantissa. These words don't mean anything to me. What am I looking for? I just completely threw myself off with that question. I'm like, what am I doing asking e to the 2i pi? He knows math. That means that you know everything to do with sciencey stuff, with STEM stuff. You know every field in STEM, and and President Nutcher is like, silence. And don't look it up because I can look it up myself. I don't want to waste your time with that. That's just rude of me. I can't remember what I was doing though because that threw me off. Why would I do that? I was looking at the database. I was looking at the database for the bot commands and checking on the YouTube command !YT, no spaces, doesn't require any arguments. It is not counting per use. It is enabled and everyone can use it. Automated ROMs. Refresh commands. You know what? The chat heard 2 commands, and that's it. It stopped listening. The bot is what I said. That's how you speak German American, by the way. In case you were wondering what language that was. Yeah, I just think that my using TwitchLib is not going to be working for very much longer at all. All right, one more try. Tuyub. There we go. That's better. I think I made him run away. I'm sorry to the 2i5. I didn't mean to abuse you like that. Please forgive me. Analyte method COD. Yeah, like I was going to remember that. COD analysis is called chemical oxygen demand. Is typically performed using the UESPA accepted dichromate reactor digestion method. This method has a water sample react with a mixture of sulfuric acid and potassium dichromate in a sealed container and then digested for 2 hours at 150 degrees Celsius. Okay. An indicative measure of the amount of oxygen that can be consumed by reactions in a measured solution. It is commonly expressed in mass of oxygen consumed over volume of solution, which in SI units is milligrams per liter, which is what all of our liquid units are. Ooh. Now we know. I really need my camera to react to, or to do some AR stuff. It'd be cool if I could make a rainbow if I did that. Oh, one day. How many things have I said are going to happen one day? All the things. All right, load data. We are going to fix or find errors and fix load data. Samples, RTRAC Blazer. That's just got to be in work stuff. Hello, Tyndall. RMA. Projects, RTRAC, sample files. Load data. This would be the file that we created for this. No, you can't drag and drop. Oh, you can drag and drop. Why didn't you work the first time, you piece of schloppers and Kinesi? I wonder if I'm actually saying anything in reverse. Like if you played that back in reverse, did I just actually curse at this thing? Because if so, I apologize. I did not mean to curse. Delete permissions area, error, the TRN already exists. For RKAYYYAR, it was not loaded. Good. Then we should be able to unload TRN, ARAYY. Actually, what does download do? The request completed successfully but did not unload any items. We're not trying to unload with the download button. That's number one thing that we're going to fix. The download button in TRN unload. Everything is going well. Actually, you were asking TBD, my badge. Speaking of TBD, shout out to TBD Gamer, who streams Monday through Friday, and he streams from 7 a.m. Eastern Time, UTC -4 currently, and he streams .NET development. Either on Mondays and Fridays, he does developers.stream, which is a platform that can be used eventually. It will be open source, so we can contribute to it and stuff. A platform for being able to do stream lookups. So if you are someone looking for eventually someday, if you want to look up streamer or development stream for certain criteria, like let's say there's a particular language or a particular project type or some keywords in a description that you want to find, you can go to this website and type it in, find streamers that are streaming for that, whatever your search term is, and find out where they're streaming. So it's not just Twitch, it's any platform that gets added to it eventually. That's going to be our keyword for today, eventually. So what was I saying? So you go there, type them in, find the streamers that stream. Streamers, you'll be able to register yourselves. It's not a directory lookup service that has like this auto discovery type of thing that crawls Twitch, Blue Sky, Facebook, whatever other streaming platforms you can think of, because everyone streams on Facebook Live, and find out if there are streamers. It doesn't do that. You register yourself. It's opt-in. You can remove yourself if you don't want to be on there. And you put a little blurb about yourself. You add the services that you stream on and other information that we'll see what you can add eventually. So that's developers.stream. The other project is Liquid Sky, which is a project planning. Oh, right. And then one other thing about developers.stream is that you would potentially be able to, if you are a streamer and you have a bot, you would potentially be able to use the API to maybe, like, if someone comes in, you check their username against the API the first time that they chat and find out if they have a profile on developers.stream. And if they do, you can pull their description information and use that in the shout out if you so desire. Why am I so out of breath? And then the other one is Liquid Sky, which he works on Tuesday through Thursday, and probably on Monday, because he wants to line up his Liquid Sky stream with his birthday. You said it on stream. It's public knowledge. It's not my fault. Amat, it's been a while. I've seen you around. Why is it saying this is your first time chatting? I know you've been here before, haven't you? Or maybe I've just seen you on other people's streams. I don't know. Maybe on TBD's stream. But Liquid Sky is going to be awesome. It's another way of doing project management and planning that I think is going to be a better alternative than Jira and Azure DevOps combined. Yeah, I know you've been here before. I've either seen you on Irish John's channel or Big Gamey's channel or TBD's or in here. Oh, Marcus, I watched your video. It was so cool. So Marcus had Visual Studio Code agents running, and he was, not only was he using his voice to do all of his software development like he always does, but he was prompting, I'm going to call it ChatGPT because I think that's the model you were using. You were using a ChatGPT model. He was prompting ChatGPT to build up a products catalog website, essentially, is kind of what it looked like. I wasn't fully listening, or it's not that I wasn't fully listening, it's that I had it in a smaller thumbnail size. Well, I guess not really thumbnail. It was still taking up 1080 in the top corner of the screen, but it was just so cool to see your workflow. And yes, I do see what you mean by it has sped up your workflow, particularly because you prompt it, it generates code, it edits code, and you're just telling this thing So here's this button with this label. Can we change that label to say something else? Can we add and then you called it an emoji. I think you meant icon, but that's okay. Can we add an icon to the button? And it was just so cool to see. If you guys have not seen a Marcus voice coder stream, you should definitely check him out. It is super duper cool to watch. So do you on occasion use mouse? He codes as his username says, using his voice. So yeah, do you occasionally use mouse? And have you ever thought of having a touch screen or a touchpad for the times when you do need to use a mouse so that it's not straining your wrists and stuff? Oh, but Amat says, I'm everywhere. Each of the two iPi says, so this is embarrassing. My computer literally died as I was typing something. No, I thought I scared you away, but we did look it up. I didn't want you to waste your time looking for it. And it is a complex term that means just how much oxygen per liquid substance or per solution, sorry. How much oxygen consumed per solution. Yeah, absolutely. Come back tomorrow. No, I'm kidding. So normally we have community days on Friday. I'm just going to mention this. We have community days on Friday where we can go into much more detail about this if you are looking for like a more detailed roadmap. But as a broad strokes overview, one, find out, no, I won't even put these in order. You can order these however you want because there's so many important factors that are specific to your situation, to your life, to your personality. Write code, build software, engage in communities. There's an awesome Discord attached to this stream and TBD's. Put your Discord in here too. TBD's is more active. He is often found in his voice channel, chatting away with people, engaging with the community. And yeah, it's just really cool to see him in there. I'm never in there because when I'm not streaming, I am engaged in so many other things. But okay, so some factors to consider for a career in .NET. One, are you doing it for, like, what are your motives behind becoming a .NET developer? Because that will decide how you approach it. Are you doing it because you heard that there is a lot of money to be made in software development? Because if so, there's some things that you would want to prepare for, which is in the very beginning, there probably isn't that much money to be made, but over time you will grow into a position where maybe you can have clients for yourself, or you can get into a higher paying position. But typically right off the bat, people have been paying peanuts for junior developers, new to the industry. Junior developer is a term that TBD has discussed before that just, it kind of doesn't really mean too much if you consider it from a time aspect. But anyway, point is, shape your expectations, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So decide, why do you want to do .NET development or just development in general? If you are wanting to do .NET because it's something that you're interested in, you enjoy it, you have fun with it, figure out what aspects of it do you enjoy the most. Because there are tons and tons and tons of jobs out there that are for .NET developers that have you doing project management, that have you doing scut work or whatever it's called, that have you doing DevOps and stuff. And it can be a little disheartening. So again, just shaping your expectations. Then once you decide that software development really is the thing that you want to do, the really hard thing for me was not just, like, in the very beginning it makes sense to do, but not just accepting a job because it's a software development job. You can get burned out really, really fast if you're in a software development position or role and you just are not enjoying your time, are not enjoying what you're doing. It feels like a gruel every single day, and it doesn't have to be. If you happen to end up on a team where people are just treating you like you don't want to be treated, I would recommend not being on that team for very long. Like, do what you went there to do, gain the experiences you went there to gain, and then move on. But try not to feel like you're stuck, because that's in any job in the world. That's a way to get yourself burnt out, to develop bad habits, to treat people in ways you don't intend to treat people. Okay. Now that all of that setup is out of the way, you know you want to be a software developer, you have your expectations shaped that it's not going to be easy in the beginning, probably for a while. Then, what industries are you interested in? What types of software do you want to work on? That's where you would want to focus your efforts, probably, again, depending on your approach. The industry that you're interested in is affected by these things that you thought about before. Which industry makes me the most money? Which industry am I most excited to work in? What technologies am I most excited to work with? Whatever your initial thoughts were for why do I want to be a software developer, they play into this. So find the industry you're interested in. Oh yeah, and then maybe one of your things is which industry has the most jobs available. That could be a consideration. I don't base my work on that. I don't base my excitement towards software development on that. But it is a consideration that you could make. Learn stuff, learn technologies, and practice on your own as if you were working in that industry. And the goal behind that, and this is going to be woo-woo, so tune it out if it doesn't vibe with you. You are practicing, you are experiencing what it's like to be in that position, and you're changing your frequency so that you're vibrating in a way that you are manifesting yourself into that position. That position comes to you. You don't really have to look for it at that point in time. Or if you don't like that, just shove it off to the side. You are gaining the skills needed so that when you do apply for positions in that industry, you can say, well, yeah, I am comfortable doing that kind of thing. Here are some examples of me doing that, and go from there. And then again, after you have gotten your job, even if it's grueling at first, stick with it for a while. Don't immediately change, but also keep a finger on your pulse. Just know whether or not it's draining you too much. Is this really what you want? You're allowed to change your mind and say, actually, I don't really enjoy being a software developer. I enjoy this aspect of it. So maybe I want to do it as a hobby, but I want to do something else. Like, I don't know if you heard last Friday last Friday when Max came onto the stream, he was talking about how he realized that he really enjoys doing mechanic type work, not so much software development, where he thought he used to like software development, but he's like, man, I really enjoy doing mechanic type work. And that's awesome. Follow your passion, follow your joy, follow what expands you, and you will have an amazing time in whatever career you select, especially if it's software development. Just saying, software development's amazing and fun. Okay, those are my 1, 2, 3 steps, maybe 4. No bias on this channel, not at all. Okay, I'm gonna catch up and read everyone else's responses to you. Sometimes drag does not work and I have to, resort to it. Okay. You have to resort to using a mouse. Yeah, so I was wondering, Marcus, touchscreen? Is that something that is helpful, or do you have something that I remember you saying that you have something for gaze that will watch your eyes and let you select things with your eyes. Yes, touchscreen is still using your hands. However, you have more freedom to use different parts of your hand that don't cause you to move them in ways that are straining. Like mouses have a very rigid structure that make it to where you pretty much have to use it a specific way. Touchscreens, you can use a knuckle, you can use your nose. I use my nose on my tablet because, yeah, anyway. Moving on. So TBD did post his Discord after giving the advice. Practice, write code, build software, engage in communities. There's an awesome Discord attached to this stream and to his stream, and I would recommend his stream over, or his Discord over my Discord. Although you are always welcome in our Discord if you have questions you want to ask. I just say, the thing that I say about our Discord is don't expect a response, but also don't expect to get berated. Feel free to ask whatever question you have. And if someone has an opinion or a thought on it that is helpful, then they will respond. But TBD's, again, he is in there. He is in voice channel. He's just so engaged. It's awesome to see. Software development is a grind, says Bob Ross, who has a lot of experience. So Bob Ross started at a very early age, maybe 4 years ago now is when you first came to this channel. 3 or 4 years ago, and he was like 13 or so, and maybe 12. And he was already doing C and C++, and he just picked up on things like bam, bam, bam. But it was because he put in the work, he put in the effort, at least from what I could tell. I'm talking like I know him, but I don't know him personally or anything, just how he is presented on stream. And that's kind of the impression that I got. And then Marcus said, when I started on Upwork, I did some projects at a loss just to get the reputation. Yeah, there's sites like guru.com. I'm assuming Upwork is either a typo or a miss here, or it is another site that's like, yeah, that is pretty much freelance work. Yeah. So guru.com, Upwork, if you wanted to go that route, if you have the availability to. I was trying to do that while working a full-time job because my full-time job was in human resources and I really wanted to do software development. But, oh my goodness, I couldn't deal with people. The one-on-one with people. So, it was rough for me. President Not Sure said, yeah, 100% agree. Move on once you get what you feel was worth getting out of it. I stayed at a whole bunch of jobs longer than I should have. But I definitely did get the experience, and it was worth it. Marcus said, I started out working in an office and just automated the hell out of everything. That's my favorite thing to do, until they moved me into IT. And then you were just doing troubleshooting and fixing people's crap, weren't you? No bias on this channel. Actually, I like mechanic things too. I just wanted to become Iron Man. Totally okay. Whatever is your interest, I support you. Lots of us in here will support you. But yes, a Tobii, Tobii, eye tracker. He was born at an early age. I hope I didn't say something like that, because that's too funny for me to have come up with. I love it. All right. So again, Amat, feel free to continue asking questions, having discussion. We're here for you. I hope you feel welcome. An example of something that I hope will give an indication of what my Discord is like is Saito asked a question in one of our channels, in a forum channel. He hasn't gotten a response yet. I responded to him on like Monday or something like that, and I'm like, or maybe it was even Friday. I hope I get the chance to look at this, but I can't guarantee anything. But at the same time, he shared a story where he was pretty much getting berated for asking the question the way that he asked it. on other Discord channels, and I want to avoid that where possible. Instead, if you have a critique about the way someone is asking the question, then instead go ahead and answer their question the way that you think they meant to ask it, and then recommend a more accurate way of posing the question itself. Because I think that would be more helpful than just saying, well, you need to learn how to ask questions. But yeah, anyway, up to you how you act though. And it was a Monty Python quote. I know very little of Monty Python, the actual show. And then of course, because it's been such a long time, I used to watch Quest for the Holy Grail every other day when I was at university, but completely forgot it by now. That was over 20 years ago. Good grief, that was over 20 years ago. Goodness me. Why did I have to say that? TRN unload is what we're looking for. Okay. We're going to pin TRN unload. Monty Python just turned 50? Oh man. 20 years ago feels like yesterday in some ways. It really does though. Marcus is saying, fun fact, today I had to change some VBA in Microsoft Access. That warms my heart to hear. So I just copied and pasted the function into Visual Studio Code, and Copilot made the changes for me. Awesome. I bet you it does really, really, really good with VBA. That's been around for like a million billion years, and I can't believe it's still used. It's more like 55 now? Really? Oh my, I love water. Water. Okay, allegedly, I am like you're gonna see this a lot in this code base and in DDMS. My assumption, no, that doesn't even make sense. Or maybe it does. My assumption is that I did DDMS first, which probably took me from 2019 to 2020 or 2021, late 2019 through 2021 to finish. Because it was also during that time that we were moving to AWS. And that includes going from DDMS VB6 application to WinForms to Blazor. Then that means that this being started in 2022, the RTRAC conversion to Blazor would have also been early Blazor. You know, I didn't have very much experience in Blazor by then, other than what I had thrown together and started putting together as patterns from DDMS. So anyway, I'm just making excuses for why you're going to see a whole bunch of declared variables that aren't used, non-nullable references being assigned to null.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I do too. And hello, Kenny. Speaking of Kenny, have you heard of Findle? So what's happening is that as more developer streamers come in, I remember that I was going to shout out the other developer streamer. Oh man. Anyway, let me talk about Findle real quick. Findle is also working on .NET development, working on his client project on Stream, which is a auctioneering system, kind of like eBay. Actually, I don't know how he describes it, but he is working on real client projects as well as his own personal projects. So he usually tries to get at least 2 streams in a week, one for his personal project, one for the client project. And he's very knowledgeable. He's very welcoming on his stream. He has an amazing kawaii little cat named Zelda. So yeah, definitely hang out on his stream. Ask him about something. Maybe Visual Basic 5? Visual Basic 3? Ask him about early stuff. Yeah. Hopefully that timeout will happen, and I will remember to shout out Canny here shortly. But Canny says, how y'all doing? Are you from Texas now? We're doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic, at least. I was a little sleepy when I woke up today, but now I'm feeling a little bit more energized, but I'm running out of breath really easily. It's very weird. All right. TBD said to President Not Sure, Holy Grail was 1975. And Monty Python is older, but he was saying that Quest for the Holy Grail is turning 50. And then Marcus said, that's Vietnam War timeline. Amat said, there are many frameworks for .NET, such as ASP.NET Blazor. And which one do you think is the most important among them? Which framework do companies use the most? Again, this depends on the industry. If you're looking at government positions, either state or federal, at least in the US, and banking, they're using legacy systems like regular ASP.NET. Razor pages, web forms still. You're going to find a whole bunch of web forms out there still. If you're looking at mom and pop shop type things, they're probably using WinForms and other desktop applications that they use internally. But COBOL. Goodness, Marcus. Oh man, how dare. Shout out to Canny Dev. Hey, I did it. I remembered. So Dugasoft is with family right now. He has some, or I don't know if it's family. He has guests right now, so that's why you haven't seen him doing very many shout outs or speaking all that much, but his spirit is here. We love him. We appreciate him. He usually does the shout outs for me, which is super duper nice of him. Okay, so before I finish my response, I'm going to read TBDs because it looks like he's saying where I was trying to go with this. It's a variety. There's a lot of old .NET out there, so there's jobs doing older frameworks, but there's a lot of flexibility. Considering the it depends nature, it's probably best to take the topic to Discord, truly. Yeah, that's a good thought. So off the top of my head, I would say, again, based on the industry that you're thinking about going into, are you wanting to do management systems? Are you wanting to do educational systems, banking systems, human resources type stuff, customer facing web applications like maintaining Starbucks storefront or Instacart or any other platform like that? Of course, those platforms might not necessarily use .NET. They could probably be JavaScript frameworks. So if you're wanting to go into those areas, then again, figure out what technology they use, learn that. Same thing with the general concept is government stuff is behind. I don't remember who said it or in whose stream. Maybe it was TVDs, maybe it was here, but the government will not update. It was here, it was DC Aggie, I think. The government does not update any of their systems. Yeah, it was when we were talking about SQL. Unless they have a change order request and only if something breaks in the old system, but they will do everything they can to hold on to the systems the way that they are. So that's where you'll find the oldest stuff. That'd be a pension, surely. Pensioner. Oh, because TBD said to Marcus, I just saw an Upwork listing for Fortran and .NET developer. Goodness. But yeah, again, feel free to take that question to Discord because there is a lot more to it. We would want to know from you what sounds exciting to you. Or again, don't take me pushing the whole what sounds exciting to you as that is the way you must approach it. You have your own approach for what you know about yourself. Use your own discernment. When I say what excites you, what types of software development excites you, I mean, what do you feel like working in? Where do you think you want to work? What type of industry, what type of place? Do you want to work for one of the big tech companies? If so, probably not going to do .NET. But if you want to work for specific industries, government, private sector, and then more specifically, storefronts, line of business applications, that's going to inform our response to you more. But hopefully the overview is a good feel. I'm trying to keep breathing. Why am I running out of breath? We're trying to figure out why the download button is giving us a toast telling us that we were not able to unload the... Yeah, here. We were not able to unload the thing. We're not trying to unload stuff. We are trying to get submitted TRN report. So it's just the message itself. That's all. Thank you so much for the lurk, Marcus. Okay, did I do a shout out for Marcus? Shout out for Marcus, voice coder. Again, check out his stream whenever you get the chance. It's really cool to see. He's not really, it's kind of hard for him to do both the voice navigation to use Talon, which is the name of his voice recognition system, CNC system, and also talk to us on the stream. But yeah, at the same time, it's still really impressive to watch. I've said this before, but one of my favoriteest reasons to watch developer streamers is to see the way that they just move around the IDE, use the tools that they are familiar with in such ease, such comfort. And it's like, man, that's what I call vibe coding, not whatever this other thing is that's trying to be a thing. So now I need a different term to call it. And hello, DC Aggie. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Muscle memory coding. Yeah, kinda. But there's more to it. It's just like, you just know, you just feel that. Oh, I am Tim Corey. Just dropped a video on vibe coding. Haven't watched it yet. Yeah, I will queue it up so that I can watch that in a little bit. Flow coding, yeah. I just think that vibe coding needs to be renamed. I've said it before. Call it partner coding. Call it partner programming with AI. Yes, it can be you let the AI do all of it and you just tell it what you want it to do. But it could also be at the other end of the spectrum where you do everything and then AI just nudges you in various directions and anywhere on that spectrum. Just like it would happen if you were... Speaking of... Oh, no, that's going to be a tomorrow topic. So tomorrow, Community Day, which will start in 5 minutes from now in 1 day. So tomorrow in 5 minutes is when we're going to start our regular Community Day. We have been talking about AI co-piloting. We have been talking about AI for the past few weeks, and all of the topics surrounding AI. I'm trying to focus on one major chunk at a time per stream because it's easy to talk about all of our opinions about AI and just blast it out there, and that's all that happens. Instead of having a discussion about it, it's like here's this thing about AI that I like, here's this thing about AI that I hate, here's this other thing, here's this other thing, but nothing is ever cohesively discussed. And so I'm trying to focus on that. But tomorrow, we're going to start off with doing a code review on Saito's GitHub repo that he requested the code review for in Discord. This is the repo if you're interested in seeing it ahead of time. Hopefully I'll remember to clone it before tomorrow's stream. But it is an authentication repo. I haven't even looked at it yet. Haven't even glanced at it yet because there's just so much to do. Just so much to do. Okay. But still, I do want to continue the conversation surrounding AI, especially because I do have, and I'm refining this more and more as we go, but I do have a desire to, no, don't eat candy. I do have a desire to come up with, again, either for just our community, but a much bigger desire for coming up with regulation, or at least verbiage for regulation that we could take to an official and say, this should be on all of the service providers' sites. This is how they need to provide verbiage for when they're providing AI service, which is, here's our transparent, this is how we use your data when you use our AI service. You can opt out and not have us use your data that way. And then us as developers, I should be going this way, us as developers or people using the AI systems will have an agreement that says, on my honor as a professional software developer, I of sound mind, blah, 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 some official verbiage that says, I know what I'm doing. I'm not just letting the AI do its thing. I'm reviewing the code that it is giving me. And if you're in a professional capacity, we have some standard verbiage that either companies adopt or just is across the industry that says, yes, you're allowed to use AI, but here are the guidelines for using it in your professional work. Those kinds of things. Anyway, Smap says, I'm mostly using AI to go back and comment and document my code at the moment. It can do it with an objective eye. I do like that. I'm using AI for, again, the entire spectrum. Create this feature by yourself and I will try it out. I will make sure that it works. Work with me to create this feature, or I'm creating this feature. Here are some errors I'm running into. Help me with these minor errors. Document my code. So all of it. It's just the whole using your discernment, using your own discretion to know how far you personally can go with using AI in a responsible way. I hope that wasn't too preachy. I don't want to be preachy. Anyway, this error message is incorrect. This was a copy and paste. So I'm going to wrap the parameters so that I can rewrite this. And by I can rewrite this, I mean Copilot can rewrite it. Because I'm co-piloting. Man, I missed a Canny statement. Canny said before his dog started eating him, in German it would be team coding. Toll ein anderer anderer. Oh man, I can't. Macht. Great, someone else does it. And yes, team in German is the same as team in English. Toll ein anderer. German or Klingon? Hush you. Hush you. I can't pronounce German. Like, I'm so used to practicing Japanese now where every syllable is pronounced, every vowel is pronounced, and it's pronounced differently, that I can't remember whether E's are pronounced the same way we do in English or not in German. Anyway, President Usher says, I'm using VS Code / Claude 3.7 to create me an app to test GraphQL queries against AWS. Let's see how it goes. Are you using Agent in VS Code? And if so, would you be okay with teaching me how to tell it to use Claude instead of Chat GPT, instead of open AI models? GitHub Copilot. It seems to be about 95% accurate and / structured comments to my code. Oh, add / structured comments to my code. Does a good job. Did you know that the way that you could word it to Copilot is at doc / doc, and that's all you have to push? It's working. It just doesn't look like it is. Oh, it's already in the drop down, says President Not Sure. Did you know that there was a model selector in Visual Studio proper? I didn't until just now. Wait, did they add it to here? Do they allow you to use the paid model? Claude? But yeah, I like the / doc because I get to type less. Potential vulnerability. What is the potential vulnerability? The potential vulnerability is general. What? Anyway, I did not know that you could switch that to Sonnet. Okay, there's a feature in VS Code now called something like bring your own model in one aspect where you can use your API key. That'd be cool. I still haven't been able to get my local LLM working on the machine that has a 5090 in it because flippin' CUDA 12.8 and Flash Attention not being compiled against it, and what's the other one? XLlama v2. It's so close because about 4 days ago, maybe 5 days ago now, they released all of the builds of PyTorch that are that support CUDA 12.8. But it's still not quite working for me. But providing your API key for Claude is probably what you want to do. Is there an option to do that though? Because either I don't know where that option is. And again, I'm in Visual Studio proper. I can figure it out in code, in Visual Studio Code. Copilot. Where can I find Copilot? Okay, well, I'll have to look for that later. At the moment, we don't really need 2 or 3. All right, so there is, but only in VS Code. Cool. All right, so I will definitely give that a shot because, again, I'm completely okay personally with adding AI to my workflow, and I'm okay with you adding it to your own workflow. It's not my business whether you use it or not. But at the same time, I do understand the reservations behind any kind of using AI in software dev workflow, creative arts, image generation, music generation, all of that stuff. But that's what tomorrow is for. We can discuss that even more. Okay, we're looking at this download functionality. So the weird thing is that we are trying to download this TRN, this temporary TRN, and the request is completing successfully. However, it's telling us that there are no records. So we should be able to watch in Vitra. No, don't crash. Thank you. Oh, wait. That's not what we're trying to do. We are trying to go to unload TRN. Oh my goodness, this menu. I'm telling you, there's got to be a better way to do this. Do I go back to the original menu system that is in RTRAC? Because I personally don't seem to have the same issues of hovering over the right menu item or accidentally moving my cursor in a way where I can't get to these menu items. Because right now what's happening is I'm trying to go to output data and I want to go from output data directly to unload TRN. And as I do that, as I move the mouse, like even then I'm trying to go directly to output data, which my brain says the shortest distance between the mouse cursor and output data is a straight line that happens to take me over TSP. And by the time I get there, I'm already moused over something that isn't part of the menu. Use Bootstrap. I mean, you don't have to be coy about it. If that is a genuine suggestion, if a Bootstrap hover menu would solve this, then we should use it. I have been in situations where I just don't want to fight with Bootstrap, but now that I have gotten a little more comfortable with working with UI, I think I wouldn't have the same challenges I had before. So reintroducing CSS frameworks to my workflow could be beneficial at this point. If you're rolling your own, either click to open, close, add a debounce timeout. Yeah, and the problem is that I was trying to use only CSS for this, and that's where the issue lies. So the thing that's happening is on hover, then the child, whatever this is called, gets a style of display whatever. We unset the display none. Yeah, it'll be interesting to figure out. Because otherwise I would use JavaScript in the way that you're saying. Or not even JavaScript. I could do this with pure C#, which is on hover, which we can do at on mouse over or whatever. Whoa, that hurt. The CSS for this gets a new class, or the class attribute gets a class of I'm hovered. Then if I move the mouse, then it'll take 200 milliseconds. I just don't know if that would be too much. I would have to be hovered over this for 200 milliseconds before it opens the menu. Because it could even be like as short as 100 milliseconds. I don't know. Probably some Cheerios is what it was, I'm guessing. Some Cheerios that might have been stuck in my gum up here. It just shot straight into my throat and scratched right here. It was very painful. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I'm going to write that down. It's a good idea, DC Aggie. I'm going to add a debounce to my hover, and I'm going to have my hover effect not hover effect. I'm going to have an on mouse over. Yeah, don't expect to be able to hover. So you another approach that I take is also turning all of these into either links or clickable buttons. And that way when you do click the button, it opens the menu. Click the button, opens the menu. So menu items, hover debounce. Especially, like, again, I'm not expecting these applications to be used on mobile devices. Maybe they will be used on touchscreens. That's probably the furthest it would go for non-mouse interactions. And then screen readers. Hover debounce, clickable to open. And navigate with keyboard tabbing. Yeah. So it should work with keyboard tabbing because, well, when I turn them into anchors, because there is a CSS selector that says on has input or on has focus, not on, has focus. Or, and when I say has focus, that also means any of the children has the focus. I can actually demonstrate that really quick just to make sure that I'm not talking out of my toes. What? I've used specification for years. Oh, I've used applications for years and didn't realize there was added functionality by hovering. Wow. Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, those of us that are privileged enough to not face some of the challenges that others face don't even consider them. They're not in our field. So thank you for pointing them out to help remind me. I do try to keep them in mind personally, but sometimes I just don't. I don't even consider it. Okay, so a menu item. Yeah, so this is what's happening to this one here that is a menu item. It is an anchor. Dang it. And you're not really supposed to change the tab index either. But it's an anchor tag without a href, because if I added a href, then clicking on it would change our navigation. I reload. And we don't want to change the navigation on click. So I can't give it that. And I think what I was doing was making them buttons. And that way we still get the ability to click on them. Of course, they need to be restyled if I do this. Oh, is that a thing? I didn't know that that was a thing. I thought that that would have to be on click. And did you know, I just saw this warning yesterday in DDMS, but this no longer accepted practice. You shouldn't do this anymore. Because this event on Windows was a hack from a long time ago that got accepted essentially into all of the major browsers because it was a hack from Microsoft. They're like, don't do that. You're always going to have access to JavaScript, so instead use you would need an ID. Yeah. Anyway, use document dot query selector, or I guess in this case get element by ID. Add event listener. Oh my gosh, add event listener. Yeah, it would be a capital item, but again, I was just throwing this together as a sample. I wasn't actually trying to use it. But they do need IDs. There's so many things that we can critique about this, but if we continue only critiquing, we're not going to get anything actually done. So I'm trying to be a little bit more methodical about it. I do want to clickable to open, change menu items with submenu items to have to be a button. Maybe I'll just change all menu items to a button anyway. I do like navlink because when you are using navlink, you automatically get the active behavior. So if we're on the load TSP page, then it stays as active. Holy goodness. It's all goodness, shall I say. Shall we say? Okay. Point is, we're focusing on the one thing now. I am taking notes about all of this, so definitely, as they come up, feel free to keep telling me things that you notice that you're like, hey, I have an opinion on how that should be done, and I will note them down. Add IDs, items, possibly. Gabriel is here and says, is there something similar to Redux in the C# absolutely, in C# ecosystem. Blazor has its own implementation of Redux. Blazor Redux. Fluxor, that's what it's called. It's been so long since I even considered learning what Redux is at all. I've been using my own classes to manage state. So what I typically do for a Blazor application is I create a state interface which I didn't do in this application because this is one of the earlier applications that I've done. But instead of having just UI state and user state, I would have IUI state, IUser state, and then an implementation of that so that when I am doing unit testing, I could provide that state whenever, so that it can be at whatever state I want it to be for that particular test. Right now, I really have only been, or not, I have only been. Right now you can see that I'm using state directly, but state for me is just a class that is held in memory, which is not necessarily a great way to do it, that contains, for UI state in particular, it contains State of the Union. It contains what dialog menus are showing, what dialog window, what dialogues are open, what is the data that is being used to provide information to that dialogue. So that's what all of those are. What is our current UI theme that is being applied? Here's some stuff to be able to, oh, I guess standard CSS. I wonder if this would be faster. Private const string, standard table CSS pattern. Because this gets used a lot. And then if I do string.format, standard CSS pattern, and we provide this value. Oops. That's probably more, I don't know. Again, like all of these micro things, these don't matter. This is not a massive application. It doesn't have a million billion users. But yeah, did that answer your question, Gabriel? Flexor is the name of Blazor, of an implementation of Redux for Blazor. Hi, ma taco. Mesoteki taco do. I'll be back in a second. As far as looking at the screen, I saw a squirrel, so I am tending to the squirrel. Okay, should be good. We're still trying to figure out why the download is not giving us back the records for the TRN that we are requesting. And we're going to look in this developer tools to watch the request happen and see what our response is. Mausu, ooh, TBD Gamer was talking about, well, TBD Gamer talks about this relatively often, which is trackballs are amazing, but you can't do anything. I mean, you can't go 5 minutes without needing to clean out all of the disgusting buildup dust. That doesn't fit. My mouse just skipped. Okay, while I'm doing this, DC Aggie is saying if I had a class named Ant, I definitely name my variable in opal and declare it as a const. And assigning its value to the Turks dot ask. Are you going? Are you going to do that? Opal? You know how contrived that was, DC Aki? I mean, it was a great joke. It was a great joke. I thought you had a pet in your hand. I do have a pet in my hand. I do treat my mouse as a pet. Yay, it works better now. Okay. So we see that the request did send the correct lab lot and method number. And its status is I, okay. This is generated automatically based off of the lab. And our response is 0 items returned. So we need to figure out whether this is because it actually is erroring and I'm not properly handling the errors, or if it is something else. And the way we're going to do it is... Oh, was that really a list of? It is. It is a list of. Stop talking, stream elements. I want to see other people's chats. You make me look over and there's nobody else's chat. Oh, chat. So the request to the server is fine. We see that it's sending the correct, why are you using sent email models? It's almost like it's a copy and paste of email TRN. Yeah, okay, so I'm pretty much using the same method for this. What are you doing, Mouse? I just cleaned you out, come on. So that means it's going to the server, Cerberus, and that will be TRN controller, submitted report. Okay. Here we are, submitted report, which will just forward the request to our service again, except we're going to go to the server side implementation of it. We're preparing a new response model. There is no try catch, so if an exception was thrown, then we would get an error 500. That's good to know. Just a point of order, in my opinion. Mice are evil. True. Just imagine if we had a de facto standard from the very beginning of using a different method for interacting with computers, rather than this square tray with this big ball in the middle. Oh, come on, Lips. Leave me alone. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Oof. Like, I don't know, using one of our higher senses that aren't one of our 5 physical senses, that would be much better. You know, you shoot photons out of your eyeballs. We should just be able to use that. Oh man, that was a bad idea. That was a very bad idea. That burns. Okay. Are we using both of these contexts? We are. So most likely what is happening is email data is coming back null because there's nothing in TBL email log. And I'm doing a left join on TBL email log. What even is this method? DC Aggie is, oh wait, first Marcus Voice Coder said, you know, you shoot. I was wondering where that one was going. I don't remember what I said. DC Aggie said, I just asked Copilot, let's create a README that describes the solution overview, each project, and overviewing each project, and for each project, outlining usage and examples. Not to derail myself again. Not Aiden again. Samples. Something that might be beneficial and helpful. D Shaggy. D Shaggy. Shaggy D. First of all, does Copilot really have access to your entire solution? I don't think it does. If you're in VS Code, I think it only had access to your open files, if I remember from yesterday's session with Marcus. Second, since you're using Claude anyway, what I could recommend is giving Claude, oh, except you're not paying for Claude, right? So you wouldn't be able to do that part. If you're using agent mode, then open up your csproj files. No, gosh. You have to use Codebase or Workspace, but no. I don't know why MMV means. You never mow the. Setting aside, it understood my project or its uses. At the end, it says contributions are welcome. They aren't. That the project is under MIT license. It definitely isn't. Yeah, so when I start a project with Claude, like if it's a new project, no, actually, let me say it this way. If I were to start an existing project with Claude, the first thing that I would do, especially if I was using VS Code, I would most likely do it in Claude AI, the actual website, give it access to the repo. But barring that, let's say you can't do that. I would work one project at a time, and I would say first for my open files, because again, if it only has, I'm closing the CS projects. If it only has access to your open files in Visual Studio Code, then you could just say, use the OpenCS proj files to start building a project structure diagram. And that project structure diagram will look something like this. Then for each project structure diagram, or each project in that project structure, put a short description of what each of them are, and then working one project at a time, leave that project file open, And again, I'm making this up as I go. I haven't actually tried this, but when I am working with Claude and I'm giving it access to the repo, I still have to work in chunks. Then let's say that we're going to start with the Twitch Lib shared. I would have that CS proj open so that it knows we're working in the Twitch Lib shared, and then open up maybe a folder at a time. And I would instruct it to use the open files to add to, and of course the project structure document. Use the open files to add to the project structure diagram. Use the namespace as the folder structure. Hopefully you have your code arranged like that. If not, then this could just be a namespace structure. Because you would already have some general information about each of the projects, then it will follow that pattern when it's updating your project structure document and put the information about that class that it's adding, because it'll be able to read the class itself, kind of get a feel for what it contains. And eventually you'll have a full project structure diagram with descriptions for every single one of your classes in the project order. Then after that, once you do that, then ask it to use a combination of the project structure diagrams and whatever extra files you want to have open. I usually only have the interfaces provided in the project at this point in time. The interfaces and maybe a couple of the models. Then I say something like generate a README with some usage, and especially if your library has extensions for setting up your dependency injection. Then it'll be able to provide, for example, how to set up program.cs so that it uses your dependency injection system. Add Twitch services. Event sub WebSockets, Twitch chat, Twitch command, hosted service, your bot service. And then here's a sample. So that's kind of what I did in order to get this to work, except that I started from a brand new project with it. So it had the full context of the files that we were working on. And then of course, starting from an implementation plan from the very, very beginning is probably the easiest way to get it to generate a good README document. Okay. So now I'll catch up on chat. President Not Sure says maybe it would work better creating a README for one project. Then from there it has a sample it can use to write more. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with President. DC Aggie says, in my case, Visual Studio 2022 Pro, a solution containing 13 projects. Damn. Using GPT-4o via Copilot chat. Yeah. So I honestly don't know what context this thing has. I see a checkbox that says include active document, and so I think that's why a lot of people are saying VS Code, GitHub Copilot for VS Code is better. Because it will use whatever files you provide to it as the context. And that could be open files or files dragged in from your Solution Explorer. Again, Marcus took me through this, so that's the only reason that I know about that part of it. Fix my code. Explain programming concepts. Yeah. So it says it includes active document, but if you have multiple files open and you want them all to be referenced. Maybe there is a way to do that. I kind of remember seeing, like when we're in here and we do /doc. Hello. Alt whack. Thank you. /doc. What this turns into is something that has this kind of syntax. So I wonder if you could say in, and then you put a hash, and then it lets you pick from all of your code base files. So let's say RTRAC blazor.shared.csproj. So using, and yeah, I know that this is very, very small. Using RTRAC blazor.csproj, comma, RTRAC blazor.sharedclient.csproj. So I would specify all of the csproj files and then say generate a project structure document. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. Let's just see what it generates. Totally getting nowhere. You and you and you. Everything else can go away. Collapse everything. Bye. Test is. Honestly, this stuff changes fast enough that I'd recommend using VS Preview. Is there more in VS Preview? So VS Copilot Chat also includes the active document. In my case, DC Aggie is saying, in my case, Visual Studio 2022 Pro, a solution containing 13 projects and using GPT-4o via Copilot Chat, asked for it to explain a single project. The output is much more useful and correct than asking for the entire solution. Yeah, so you get that, you combine them into one document yourself, and then you tell it to restructure that document for you. You feed that document to it and say, given the active document, reorganize this into a README file or something with samples. Honestly, this stuff changes. Okay, so yeah, I don't know where the VS Preview thought came from. Like, does VS Preview already have the Copilot chat that works more like Visual Studio Code? Did you say that earlier and I just missed it? Marcus said, just a note that in Visual Studio Code, you can have Copilot instructions MD file where you can add natural language instructions for the project, which is awesome. That works exactly like Claude has that instructions. And I have my typical, I like to use collection expressions and collection initializers. I prefer to use file scope namespaces. Here's all of my preferences. When you write code, use those preferences. Otherwise, I will cut you. Hold it at knife point. Okay, so if I am in Copilot chat and I am saying to do generate a project structure diagram starting from using the CS projects for this solution. You know what? We probably should be able to use the solution file, because everything in the solution file will even have the file paths. So yeah, so I was able to pick solution from there. We will add the files bit by bit as we go. And it even gave me references. So here is the beginnings of it. I mean, we're definitely not going to add it in here. I don't want to even Snickers and doodles. Why do you keep giving me that there is a potential vulnerability called general when you aren't actually giving me any useful information? And of course, just to keep track of this, I would have a new file added to the solution. That file would be in my docs folder because that's just how I work. So lazy. I could have just right-clicked and done a new text file, but whatever. Project structure. Oh, right. And then we have to actually turn this into a txt. Okay, so this is where I would begin. And it gave me .client. It gave me the references for .client, pages, shared client, shared server. This all came from the .solution file. So really, you get started by giving it your solution file. Now let's add the files for the RTRAC blazor.client project. Use their namespaces as the folder structure. So you're getting it all the time. We're all getting it. The potential vulnerability is that we're using OpenAI's model and their service, which probably has some clause that says your code will be trained on for future improvements or something like that. Yeah, and this is where I would get frustrated with it because at this point, it kind of seems like in order to get it to do the rest of the project structure, you would have to feed it all of the file names manually. Can we do namespace? RTRAC blazor.client. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can do namespace. So we would essentially be adding every single one of these files. Hello, Harish. How are you doing? Honestly, this stuff changes fast. Oh, I already read that like 6 times. I don't know what that general thing is. I get that all the time. You totally dodged my question, which is absolutely okay. Anyway, this is difficult. I honestly wouldn't use Copilot in Visual Studio to do documentation of this form. Definitely would do it in individual files with the /doc. And like, I guess what I could do is add the current file to the document then, and then just click one file at a time and keeps telling it to do that over and over until the entire yeah. So we get unload trn.razor and unload trn.razor.cs, and we would just do that over and over and over until it has all of the documents in here. And I forgot to update the project structure document to have the comments indicating what all of the projects are. And yes, Harish, this that over there on the right is Copilot. built into Visual Studio. And we were just going through a possible approach, a possible technique for being able to create a README for your entire solution. And DC Aggie has a 13 project solution that seems like this approach probably wouldn't work very well. The WebAssembly. What are you saying? The web application that runs in the browser. That is true. Sure. So right now I'm just kind of letting it populate the information so that I can tell it in the future. We're going to do one more file and just see how it generates the content. Routable razor components. Cool. And these are transaction files. So now it has the terminology for associating TRN with transaction files. Here is the updated, what is this called? Project structure. Currently open. Use this to indicate, or as an example, I'm adding new files. Cool. Then, does that make you work faster? We can have a conversation about this here in a second. Right now, you're asking relatively general questions, which I will answer. They are welcome. They are very welcome. But I have a little bit more insight as to the way that I use AI in my workflow, and this is not it. This is me experimenting with it. Okay, so add the current document to the project structure. Okay, let's see how it did. So it did add mapwell listing.razor. And did it give us a sensible description? Contains the UI for managing map and well data. So again, it will keep doing this, and I would keep doing this in my brute force attack, in my brute force approach, until I have an entire project tree listing with descriptions for every single file. Then once I'm done with that, I would ask it to use this to generate the README document, and then keep improving the README document by opening specific files for like the extensions needed in order to reference a new, or to add the dependency injections to a new project that you're using it in. So, bleh. I don't like that approach at all. My preference would still very much be to use Claude, give it access to the GitHub repo, and have that generate the documentation. Okay, so now back to chat. Hello, said Harish. Is that AI? How useful is AI? Smab says, I sometimes have better success with a Copilot edit thread rather than a chat thread. Cool. I don't think I know what Copilot edit thread is, but that does sound cool. Does that make you work faster? Sometimes, sometimes not. Does Blazor application support Tailwind CSS? There is a NuGet repo specifically for Tailwind in Blazor. Tailwind Blazor. It's called Flowbyte, apparently. But I don't personally use Tailwind myself. I just know that, yeah, any web technology could support Tailwind. You probably need a little bit of a tool chain that you normally wouldn't use, but there's definite support for Tailwind in Blazor. Ooh, and there's a Patrick God video about it. If you are interested in seeing it work, I strongly recommend Patrick God. He is a very, very good, in my opinion. I'm vouching for him. You'll have to decide for yourself when you see him, if you see him. He's a very good presenter and just has a wealth of knowledge surrounding Blazor. Tons of tutorials on Blazor. Also, check out his surname. It really is God. Like, this is his real name. He's not making it up. He's not trying to make himself out to be bigger than he is. It's just his name, which is awesome. There is a video on .NET regarding Tailwind and Blazor. Who's the presenter? I can't really see this. Oh, it's Chris. Chris Sanity, who is a prominent figure in the Blazor community as far as, well, in a lot of regards, but I specifically know him for his building up of components. He was one of the earliest people that was creating reusable components and component libraries and tutorials and blogs for how to make components in Blazor, pretty much as soon as it came out. So, yeah. So then, to respond more directly, though, to your question about how useful is AI and does that make you work faster? There have been a lot of instances where I have been able to tell AI, and I'm pointing over here because it's on a different window, it's on a different machine sometimes, to perform some task. It's working on creating a library. Once it's done creating that library, so maybe it takes 5, 10, 15 minutes before it is finished creating the library based off of the specifications we went over, probably another 5, 10 minutes chat session, going over here are the specifications, here's the implementation plan, new chat session, implement that implementation plan that we went through, let it work on its own. I'm over here working on DDMS, working on RTRAC, watching TBD stream because he's amazing. You should definitely check him out. Watching other people stream. So I'm working over here doing the part of the job that I am currently focused on doing. This thing is creating a feature, fixing code, doing whatever it is that we have in that implementation plan. And then every time it stops, I push continue, and then I continue working on my stuff. When it's done, then I take the code that it generated. If it's for a new repo, then I create a new repo, start putting the files in, look at bugs, look at whatever issues it had while it was creating it. That's the part that's variable. Sometimes it nails it. Sometimes it gets it right off the bat where it's using my code style preferences. It isn't injecting new stuff that it hadn't already created. It's usually pretty well structured because, again, we have that very first chat session that is the project planning session. Let's decide what this project is going to do. If it's a new feature, create it in a prototype with a sample app, and use this coding style approach, use this architecture. And once we're done with that, these are all the features that we want it to have. It's usually just one feature at a time too. But these are all of the features we want it to have. And how are you going to implement that? Come up with a plan for that. I review it. I'm like, this looks good. Let's continue with that. Ooh, if you look at the top of Copilot Chat, you'll see some icons. I see them. On the right-hand side, they create new threads and delete threads and create an edit thread. Okay, all right. I mean, maybe. It's not a great opening message, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Welcome in, Road Menace. I don't know how to approach this. I'm never really good at engaging with these types of situations. If you do have something to contribute to the conversation that we're having, especially surrounding .NET or programming, then please continue joining into the conversation. Otherwise, if you're just here to derail, I'm going to have to either time you out, or if you continue, ban you. So I just want you to know. I don't want to just do it right off the bat in case, you know, it was just something that you do to be funny. I don't appreciate that, but you are definitely welcome to join in the conversation. Okay, so there is a such thing as an edit thread. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, using all of the features that I don't use because I've went to other sources. I really don't like using ChatGPT for projects and stuff. I don't mind it for very short questions on describing stuff. Yeah, again, Harish, this would be a great discussion for tomorrow. We have gone over these topics. Those are sensationalized. If you do hear people saying AI is going to replace all software developers, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, even if it does, we are going to be okay as software developers. There are software developers who are later in their careers and are like, I don't really want to have to use AI in my workflow because I'm confident about the way that I write code. I don't trust it. It's not very good yet. I disagree with those, but at the same time, I get it. Goodness me. Yeah, it's a Friday topic, and the reason that I say it's a Friday topic is because my mind is currently on pulling me towards just trying to get my work product done, but have discussions with you at the same time. This discussion is a lot deeper and it requires a little bit more care and attention because I don't want it to seem like I'm dismissing your comment. Your comment is very valid. It is worth thinking about and talking about and not just discarding. At the same time, there are times when we as humans like to follow the sensational headlines, topics, parrot what other people have said without coming to our own conclusions. And that statement just rubs me in a way that's like, I heard other people say that this is going to happen, or this is a controversial way of bringing this up. You know, you know what I'm trying to get at. So if it's a genuine thought, I really do not want to dismiss you. But if it is, like, do you have more conversation points to say about it? Like, what is your opinion about whether AI is going to take over our jobs? Because I don't think we should be afraid of it. Instead, we should find ways to improve our use of it as software developers, as an industry. And we get to guide how that works out in the end. We get to influence it a lot more than just freaking out about it. AI is a tool, says Marcus. Smab says, really like using it for repetitive tasks. Like yesterday, I had it change a bunch of enums to use hex values instead of decimals, as that is how they are defined in the source docs. I originally created those decades ago. That's awesome. I could have written a tool to do that, but it can do it already. So yeah, there have been many times. DDMS is an especially large project, and I remember writing a lot of the code. You may laugh at this, but I am being 100% serious. I remember writing a lot of the code for DDMS using Excel. Microsoft Excel. And what I would do is I would take the, like, let's say it's a model. And the first thing that I tried to do was copy that model, which was in VB, paste it into my new DDMS code as a C#. So you can convert when you paste, copy VB, paste to C#, copy C#, paste to VB. And it mangled it completely. And it didn't matter how many times I tried this, how many different tools, there were just some things that were accessed in that VB class that were breaking my C# conversion. So instead, I paste it into Excel, write a formula in the row next to it, or in the column next to it, that spits out the C# equivalent of that particular row. And then I have a model that is, I don't know, 8,000 lines long. Is that how long this model ended up being? The one that I have in mind. Hello? Yeah, this one. Oh, not this one. Why are you only 100 lines long? Anyway, the point is, we have ways as developers to take the time needed to create a tool for ourselves. But there are tools that exist. One of them happens to be AI. So let's use it responsibly for the things that we want to use it for. Yeah, it's always been a thing. SMAP says developers have always built tools to improve our workflows, whatever is at hand. I agree with that. But Harish is saying, I don't know, it may decrease headcount, but I can't predict. I mean, I think we can agree that it is relatively safe to assume that the headcount of developers will decrease in companies with the increased use of AI. However, the opposite side of that coin is that companies that do choose to hire people that rely only on AI are going to find themselves, and TBD says is in alignment with this, I think. They will find themselves in a pickle. They're going to find that they don't have the talent needed to improve the system that they had this other person create using AI, or to fix bugs, or to add features, or anything like that. So there's a balance that will happen at first, depending on how we approach it. And you watching, you and I have the opportunity to influence how this progresses. But we have a potential that this is going to sweep the nation, or the world. All companies are going to be like, we don't need stinking developers, we have AI. And then they're going to find the pitfalls that come with that. So if they just jump on it and do it because it's the latest craze and it saves money, they're going to find that they spend a lot more money in the long run for lower quality products. And they will learn their lesson, and they will get talented professionals who are going to either have AI as part of their workflow, or not use AI at all and work slower than AI, but give you a better quality output and a maintainable product. That's a Friday topic. That's why I didn't want to start going too much into detail, but those are just my thoughts. I could be absolutely wrong. I could be batshit crazy, just off the rails, but that's my feeling on it. But what matters to me most, the thing that I would like to bring your attention to most often when we talk about AI in our community, bye SMAP, when we talk about AI in our community, is how does it affect you personally? How do you think you can use it in a responsible way? Do you think you should use it? Yeah, exactly. So these types of comments where there used to never be a computer, and so we did things by hand that we didn't even well, let's just say it that way. We did things by hand, period. Then we came up with ways to automate those things or to make them easier. So we created tools. So we created machines. So we created thinking machines. Um, and it just kept going and going and going. Smith is like, as he leaves, mentions he's now retired so he can use it however he likes. So nice. Good on you, Smab. That's great to hear. Yeah, we'll talk about it more tomorrow. And eventually Jurassic Park, Jurassic World. Um, I think what Harish was getting at was the statement that comes up often, which is it is a tool. It is an evolution of a tool. Jobs were destroyed with the evolution of some kind of machine to put a car's door on it and bolt it in place. But new jobs were created from that technology. Same thing here. Typewriters, they got replaced by typewriters that had a memory so that it wouldn't output until you were done typing the thing. And then it would type it onto the typewriter after you finished typing and editing. Then we got computers that had word processing things, and that created new jobs or made it easier to do some other job, but then increased the demand to do another type of job because it was faster to do and they had people that got good at it. I think that's going to happen with AI too. Okay, done. Feel free to continue the topic, Harish. I will respond less with less words. Other people in chat. Yeah, looms. Looms was a technology that changed a lot. I feel like my voice is getting into that preachy sound that I get into maybe a little too often when I start talking about AI. And I don't want to do that. I try to be more mindful about that on Fridays, but I was trying to rush through that thought so that we could get some work done on RTRAC. It would be nice. Definitely, Stream Elements was right on time with that. Definitely feel free to contribute to the conversation in our Discord. I specifically have a role in Discord for people that are interested in continuing the conversation about AI. I just don't want everyone to be bombarded with it. So when I talk about it on stream, you have the option of just muting me or being like, no, I don't want to be here for that conversation. Totally okay, absolutely relevant and appropriate. But in Discord, same thing. I didn't want to just have the AI conversation out there for everyone to be exposed to that just doesn't want to hear about it. So I created a role that's called AI Topic. It gives you access to the AI forum, AI discussions forum. And I was going to post more to it, but so much to do. So very much to do. Okay. Yeah. But again, Harish, I really, really do not want to discourage you from bringing up conversation. I just that particular topic is one that we know is going to spark a lot of discussion and requires a little bit more attention than I'm willing to give today, even though I gave it that much attention already. All right, let's get out of DDMS. I was confused. I was like, why am I not seeing the thing that we're trying to get done? We are on the server-side implementation, and we're trying to figure out why this thing is coming back empty. We did figure it out, which is that there is nothing getting added to email log. There just isn't. So how does the current application work then for email TRN, for example? Which one of you has intermediate role? I think that account. Amat says, time for me to eat dinner. Enjoy your dinner. What are you having for dinner if you feel like telling us? If not, I'll see you later, whenever you feel like coming back. Download, submit a TRN report. Downloads, no, we'll put it in the... Why didn't you just take us straight back there? What is it called? Work stuff. Soup and pasta. Namers. Enjoy it. I hope you have the bestest. Yesterday I had this chickpea and paneer cheese goodness mixture that was so good. Okay, we'll put downloaded TRNs. Okay, we have a downloaded TRNs file that looks like what? It looks like an actual TRN. Nope. Nope. We're getting the same thing essentially. There were no EAL transfer files submitted. I have no idea what that means, but what it tells me is that even in our current production application, we aren't going to get the TRN itself from clicking download submitted TRN. And I'm moving a lot because I need to take a quick step away. I will be right back. Sorry about this. Oh my gosh.
Make it so.
You did it. You made it so. I'm back. Kind of. Where's my mouse? Made it. You made it so. Whew, okay. So any more thoughts or comments on the topic of AI? Please feel free to continue. As mentioned before, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to give you a as full a response as I was trying to give earlier. Let's play truth or truth. Can I use AI to answer? It'll present anything as truth. Okay. What we just found out is that the download TRN download report it's kind of hard to inspect because this is an MVC application using .NET Framework 4.7.2, and yay! Wild bush to you too, DC Aggie. I couldn't come up with anything more creative. Okay. Western border. Wildebeest. Okay. Okay. So let's fix this. We don't have an email log for one. Wait. No, wait. This is get submitted TRN report, which is specifically this. This is our submitted TRN report. That doesn't make sense for getting the specific TRN itself. Wee buddy. And get funk of tea seems vulgar. Sure does. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that we're trying to get the submitted TRNs list when we are here. And what happened to the TRN? Oh, I'm in email TRN suddenly. Shout out to TBD Gamer. Thank you, Dukasoft, who came by for a quick second in the middle of having guests. All right, let's fix these buttons to do what we think they're supposed to do. Isn't it lucky if you've ever seen Industry? Oh, they just left. Awesome. Ooh, a product designer. Hey, I have a product for you. No, I'm kidding. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to read this out. Ooks Daniket, or is that just UX? Danny Ket. Anyway, how would you like me to address you? And thank you so much for the follow. I am a product designer, UXD Aniket. Cool. Now let's see if I remember that. This one here. UXD Aniket. See you later, Harish. I hope you have a great sleep. Or rest, or whatever you're going to be doing. Product designer and CPO at a startup. I want to learn about development so that I can collab with them, the web developers and Flutter developers. Can you help me with what to learn? What technologies are your developers going to be using? If you don't know the answer to that, that's the first place to start. If you are trying to also figure out what technologies to recommend for them to use, and you don't already have experience with that, they're using MeanStack. Okay, so Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. So I'm not great with JavaScript myself, but if you were wanting to learn about what they are doing, yeah, Flutter. Yeah, that makes sense. Learn Flutter. But I mean, I guess they could be using Dart too, right? Isn't Dart the language of Flutter? Something like that. Yeah, okay. So take a look at Dart. I don't have a good recommended learning regime for people that are just wanting to learn about the technologies that are available and get just enough information about it to know what the capabilities are. Man, that's a tough question. I would love to give you a better answer. Like, if you are asking me, what approach should I take for learning a language? I think that would be a different answer. No, I still wouldn't even be able to answer that for a mean stack either. I think I'd only be able to answer that for .NET. Okay, so if we were talking about .NET, and then we'll replace Angular in there for it, what I would recommend learning is HTML and CSS, just the overall basic structure of a page on the interwebs. And that is typically HTML and CSS. Since your team will be using Angular, then also learning a bit about JavaScript would be helpful. One place that you can do that, and I'm not advocating one place over another, this is just one that comes up quite often, is Free Code Camp. And they have guided courses that will take you from absolute beginner through fairly competent. So Free Code Camp would be a resource I recommend to learn the basics of HTML and CSS. Then they also have a whole bunch more involved stuff. What do you have in your full stack? HTML, CSS, JavaScript, front-end libraries using React. Anything about Angular? Probably not. From there, you might look at an Angular course or an Angular tutorial or something that will give you the basics of Angular. Do you have any on here? Yeah, I don't know how to use this site as much. But definitely start with HTML, CSS, in my opinion. Some JavaScript, some Angular, and get yourself familiar with the terms. As a, I guess as I'm going to use a word that I just saw in DC Aggie's chat, as a stakeholder in the product, maybe I should read DC Aggie's chat first because I think he's saying what I'm about to say. If you want to learn the development itself, that is a lot, but some intro courses on something like Udemy wouldn't be a bad place to start. If you want to learn how to interact with developers as a champion, then I'd focus on learning how agile development is done. I wouldn't do agile as much. In the role of stakeholders like yourself. But yes, definitely take a look at the architectures, the approaches for development teams, especially with a startup. You're going to want your hands in everything, but as a stakeholder who is hiring developers, something that you may learn early on is that developers like freedom, and the more constraints and the more you put your hands into the pot of what they're working on, the more disgruntled and the lower quality the product is going to be that they will give you. because they are going to say, well, I have the knowledge already, you're learning it, so let me do my job and you focus on doing the product thing. But I don't think it's a terrible idea for you to have that technical knowledge of what the mean stack actually is. How do they work with Flutter? What's their workflow like? So you can engage with them in that regard. But if you're trying to learn it to maybe tell them what direction to go in, that's where it would be a little bit more difficult for the development team, I think. But if you're actually going to be doing software development yourself, that's a different story. I wouldn't know where to go from there. I mean, I do know where to go from there. There's a lot of stuff to it. But basics, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, learn about Angular, learn about some of the team dynamics, as DC Aggie was saying, Agile, for example. Yeah. And try some prototypes on your own as well. One of the big things that you're probably wanting to learn, I'm guessing, just based off of what the technical stakeholder was like in my previous job, is being able to take the code base and compile it on your own machine and run the development on your own machine. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a time commitment, I think, as DC Aggie is saying. I'm assuming what DC Aggie is typing before I read his actual chat. But he's saying many people study software development for 4+ years and still come out of college with fundamentals, but are still total noobs that will rely on being mentored and a lot of on-the-job learning. Absolutely. Yeah. I have nothing to add to that. It was perfectly said. I just want to know how they think because I'm curious and can do basic MVP stuff. Cool. Yeah. Honestly, basic MVP stuff is not as basic as you might think, which is a good lesson to learn as a product owner. I mean, like, it's very admirable that you would want to even understand what the process is for the developers. I would have loved that on the team that I was on because the fear for a lot of developers, I think, and I'm speaking for myself, but based off of experiences that I've had with other developers, the fear is that they will have a product owner who knows just enough about software that they'll say, oh, you guys should be able to do this and this and this. This context is MVP minimum viable product or model view presenter. I was assuming minimum viable product. But I guess in the context of Angular, isn't that MVP? Isn't that model view presenter approach typically? Or is that one MVVM? I don't know Angular very well. Anyway, a lot of developers don't like the experience of having a product owner who is technical that says you should be able to do this and you should be able to do it in this amount of time because I know how to do it. I can think of how to do it. Therefore, you must be able to do it. And so that is a big turnoff for developers working on teams for product owners that are technical. The overall feel, I think, again, all opinions, so I could be 100% wrong. Take whatever works for you, discard what doesn't resonate as correct with you. On teams, I feel that the general consensus of developers is the product owners are the people that make sure that I can still continue working on this product if I have a question about how a button should look or should we go in this direction as far as the way that the product works, like some functionality, then I go to the product owner and I ask, hey, here's this situation that came up. Make a decision on which of these options we should go with. And I'll decide how to implement it, not you tell me how to actually write the code for it. Because again, it's in our egoic structure to be like, someone who doesn't have the experience and knowledge of building an application is telling me how to write an application when I have X amount of years behind me. And that's on us. It's something that we need to be more cognizant of and fix. But at the same time, it isn't easy to see around someone who is like, well, I think it sounds fun. You should do it this way. And TBD Gamer, who is not a product manager, has some opinions on it as well. He says, I had a product manager that would go and look at API docs and try and identify all the endpoints I needed to get the job done. Yes. Yeah. And again, it's admirable. So UXD is saying, so in our company, they learn from me and I learn from them, but day by day I am getting more curious and they don't have time to teach me. Sad but fine. Awesome. And again, you want to pursue this on your own for your betterment of understanding and being able to communicate with them. Perfect. But if you're trying to use it in order to say, you should go this direction instead, because I learned about this tool yesterday that says in Angular, you can make Angular. Oh man, this is a terrible example. You can make this thing called, oh goodness, what are they called? Angular web components? Angular? Custom web components. You can make this thing called custom web components so you can have a HTML element that can be used in any plain old HTML application. It doesn't even need to be an Angular application. All you need is just to compile it as a custom web component. And what you will run into is a little bit of pushback because it takes a bit of work to set up an Angular component to be a custom web component, which I found out the hard way. But you're like, the instructions say all you have to do is just import from Angular elements, and then you put this thing in your whatever file, your HTML file, and then it'll compile the way it's supposed to. No, we already have experts over here. It's just for my curiosity. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that approach personally. Again, just because I love it doesn't mean that it's the right way either, or the only acceptable reason for you to want to learn it. Definitely not. I'm gonna keep saying this. I'm gonna keep prefacing everything that I say as this is just my opinion. Don't take my word for it. Use it to inform your own decisions, but don't do it just because I said it's a good way. I love that you just want to learn it because you want to know how they think, how they put things together. Maybe you're interested in figuring out how much work actually goes into the thing that they are doing for you. But again, if you come across a situation where you are finding yourself being like, well, I tried to do that thing that they're currently working on and I got it done super easy, super fast. So I'm going to go to them and say, hey, why is this taking so long? I just spent the weekend working on it and I was able to finish that thing in the weekend. It's kind of like that would be a slap in the face to developers, for one. For two, make sure if you are going to do something like that, consider the amount of work that they might have their current workload. Yeah, because I'm a solo developer. I don't have to deal with this type of situation. I have product owners that I do speak with on occasion, but they give me free reign of the entire software domain of the applications. So I don't have too many anecdotes for this, but I'm sure a lot of people in our chat do. I worked on a team of developers for 2 years with a very large company, and the experience wasn't great. And I'm speaking from what I found to be the pitfalls from that team. Yeah, okay. So Scare came in. Hello, Scare. Welcome in. Do you do any freelance work? I don't. The short answer is I don't. No. I have a client and I am really happy with this client. The client is happy with the work that I do for them, and it's amazing. It's a great time. I did try doing freelance work for a while. I mean, I guess technically I'm doing freelance work, but I'm doing it through my company, Automated Realms, and I'm contracted to the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, or the prime contractor there. But yeah, I spend my time outside of the stream and the workday doing creative endeavors and feeling free. Because I already did the thing where I just talked about that other team that I was working on. Yeah, I'm freelancing, but on a long-term contract through an official company that does software development services, software solutions. I just talked about working on that team. During my time working with that team, I used to work for the same on the same applications that I'm working on now before I went to that team, and they were like, well, we don't have any other software developers, and we would love it if you could continue supporting our applications. So after jumping through a whole bunch of hoops, I was working full time for that other place. And then in the evenings, for about 4 to 6 hours every evening, I was doing software development as freelance for the other company. And there was a lot. There's a lot. Okay, I'm gonna catch up in chat. I have lots of opinions on product teams. Yeah. And that's why you're building an entire app. So if you have the chance, UXD, check out TBD Gamer. He is working on a project management application. And he's structuring it around the way that teams actually work. We already had a recent shout out for him. Thank you, Duke Soft. You're the best. But yeah. Anyway, I don't hate our devs, but would love to do that for fun. Absolutely. I love that approach. You make my heart smile. hearing you type that. DC Aggie says, I just bought you a license for Copilot, and C# Fritz said, it will make you a 10x developer, so starting next sprint, we're assigning everyone 200 story points instead of our usual 20. You're welcome for making your job easier. If you need me, I'll be doing a quick 9. I don't know what a quick 9 is. With the CEO at lunch. Oh, golf. Goodness me. Such a special kid I am. Thindle says, I wish I had fewer people to talk to, but for some reason, they won't pay me otherwise. What? I don't hate our devs. Oh, I read that. You're freelancing, but on a long-term contract. Scare says, yeah, I'm not that professional or whatever. I wanted help with a little side project and had some questions. Nothing like massive and crazy, like you're probably doing. Well, you are always welcome to provide or to ask your questions here. I don't spend as much time on my Wednesday, Thursday streams answering questions, although I'm doing it right now. But Friday streams are dedicated to the community. So that's a great day if you want to work through examples of things that you're going through. Plus, we have a Discord full of amazing and talented developers that are welcoming and they are okay with answering questions, even if you think that it's a noob question that you would get maybe berated for if you posted it on Stack Overflow or some other Discord channel. We try not to do that. The worst that'll happen is you won't get a response from us because we're busy, but we will at minimum, like if we do respond, it's not to tell you, you phrased your question wrong. You're a bad person for not knowing how to write questions. Just answer the damn question the way that you think it was meant. Sorry, I don't have any trauma behind posting questions on other forums and getting berated for it. Moving on. So I'm just trying to make some extra money on the side while in college. Cool. Yeah, definitely feel free to ask your questions, and if we are able to, we'll do our best to provide some direction and guidance for you. What are you going to college for, if you don't mind me asking? And UXD says, but man, thank you so much for your help and thanks to your chat. Yeah, they're awesome. I love our community so very much for helping me out. You're building a great community. Would love to see you grow more, and thanks once again. I honestly don't mind the size of our community. The smaller the better. But I do also want to encourage and just make people feel welcome more than the stereotype of what you might get in a competitive software development community. Yeah. Anyway, Thindle says, oh, sorry, I'm blind and I missed it. Hi, Duca. You're absolutely okay, Thindle. Thindle's another great .NET developer, by the way. Scare said, I like the idea in response to Thindle's comment. Want some tips and ideas? I just don't have the technical ability to do it and want to see it optimized to the best it can be to be better than everyone else's. Again, that competitive nature, it will help you to grow in some regards, but I think it's going to hold you back more than you think. Instead, I recommend an opinion. Take it or leave it if it works for you. I recommend being more cooperative. I don't want to use the phrase share and share alike because that has so many negative connotations. Share what you know, what you are good at with the community that you happen to be a part of, and receive whatever advice and information you're being given and continue improving yourself. And do that as opposed to, and you don't have to do this, but my recommendation is do that as opposed to hoarding the information for yourself, because if you have more information than Joe over there, you're going to make more money than Joe over there. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the case that if you share your knowledge with Joe and Joe shares his knowledge with you, or her knowledge with you, that you will both benefit and you will both be able to make more money. We live in a place of abundance. We live in a world where there is more than enough. So let's just share instead. And everyone gets to be lifted up at the same time. Thindle said, never try to be better than anyone else. You'll never be. Be good enough and then a bit better. I think, again, I'm probably like reading your messages and then having my words inspired by them, at least passively, because that's the point that I was trying to make, but Thindle just said it so succinctly and clearly. Thank you, Thindle. Well, better than 2 or 3 other people I know doing it. Yeah, I still don't think that coming from a place of being better than anyone else is going to help you improve or even sell a product. Personally, I could be entirely wrong. Trying to be the best of the best would just give you even more imposter syndrome and get you down. TBD says, I just try to be better than I was yesterday. That's hard enough. Yeah. And Snobble came in much earlier and was greeted earlier. Said Stack Overflow. That is a name that I haven't heard in a long time. Really? Interesting. I hear conversations about it every day in my head and bringing up past trauma about it. DCX says, even if you ask about deleted, can't leave that message up there. I'm kidding. We won't make fun of you. Just express our sympathies. Thindle said to TBD, that's a good target though. Any day you learn something new is a good, or better at least, day. Max came in. What's up? Let me make the noise for you. Where is it? Can I even make the noise? Yeah, I can. Okay, this is from Max. What's up? What's up? It makes more sense if you know what I'm trying to do, because it sounds bad, but I need to be better than at least 75% of other people, or else it's not worth it. Yeah, I mean, do what you do. Please don't let me discourage you from doing that in the way that you do it, or whatever the guidelines are, because as you say, I don't know the full context, so therefore I might be giving you advice that is not applicable to your situation. I still think that regardless, like, this is my sticking point, regardless of whether you need to meet some kind of criteria or condition, if you are personally doing it, again, from my opinion, discard this if it doesn't work for you. If you're doing it from a place of joy, where you're enjoying what you're doing, and you just feel expansive, thank you so much for that. Oh my gosh. Dukasoft, you're insane. Thank you for the itty bitty bitties. If it makes you feel expansive, you will reap the rewards of it. It might not be monetarily. A lot of times it is monetarily, but you're just going to be overall finding that situations are just working better for you. But DC Aggie said, my coworkers, my work computer, which is your coworker, just tried to open several hundred instances of VS Code to view a markdown file and hard crashed with out of memory and pager errors. That's ow. Is it okay? Are you okay? How do you feel after that? So I'll make sure to save my work before asking Copilot for help with docs. Thindle said to Scare, nah, really, aim for the best you can be and do the best you can do, but don't compare yourself to those 10x developers. They don't exist. Well, so we got information that Scare is creating some kind of application that has to do with outperforming other people's applications, which is fine. I understand that aspect of it. But even though that is a criterion for using words that have irregular, singular, plural forms. Anyway, has that criterion, you can still approach it from a standpoint of, man, I really love doing this. Man, this is really fun. I'm learning so much. Whatever else. And in the long run, regardless of whether your application is successful or not, you will have already been expanded so far and increased so much by the time you're done with the application that you wouldn't even care whether it's outperforming anyone else's. And then you'll be like, oh, wow, this is doing better than, this is in the top 95th percentile or whatever. That's cool. I'm glad that is also happening. But again, just opinions. You do not have to live by my ethos. I know, Bindle says Scare. I know people will have the capabilities to do 10x more than me. That's not the issue. I just want it to be the best that me and the people around me can do and be optimized to be the best it can. Yeah. Bob Ross says, if anyone is interested in the VM building I'm building, I chucked it on the Discord, but I'm a head off now. See you later, Bob Rosso. Thank you. Yeah, as TBD says, thank you for sharing. Duke of Soft Ways. Bye-bye. Snubble says, I still get flames on some answer I wrote on Stack Overflow. Yeah, seriously. And I hope that doesn't happen in our Discord. I hope that we're able to, if someone does ask a question and your knee-jerk reaction is, what the hell kind of question is that? What do you mean by this? You can just be a little bit more cognizant, a little bit more mindful with your response of, I think you're asking this, but can you clarify? Just a little softer blow, I guess. Thindle then said, this might come off as flexing, but I've been doing this professionally for 25 years, and there are a few people who listen to me when I have, a few people who listen to me when I have ideas, but I still feel like I could be way, way, way better than I am. We're always improving and seeing our own faults, and everyone else's wins. And then Snobble says, so I guess I was just trying to be a bit funny. Oh, my bad. I don't want to call it a problem because I don't mind it. I really hope it doesn't bother you too much, but it's just my person. It's who I am. It's how I work. But when I'm in deep conversation and trying to be respectful of people's questions, I try not to joke too much, and I don't take too many things as jokes because I think it would be disrespectful. I personally, not you, think it would be disrespectful to the person that I'm trying to answer, because it sounds like that person is trying to get an honest response with their genuine question, and to make light of it would, to me, feel like I am making light of their question, disrespecting it, blah, blah, blah. He gets quieter. DC Aggie says, Stack Overflow, why be given mostly correct answer after being insulted when AI will tell you you are a genius, then fabricate a very convincing but wrong answer? Good answer. Okay, so Scare is explaining what I'm trying to do, short and concise, so I'm not taking up the whole chat. Basically similar to my username right now. People pay a good chunk of money for these OG names. I want to create an auto claimer on one social, for example, and then continue to expand, but it has to be optimized to auto claim faster than other people's, or else I wouldn't get any names. Okay, I paused because my knee-jerk reaction to that is I don't like the idea at all. Anything that feels exploitive, I'm not a fan of. However, that said, it is a legitimate project. It is a way to be able to do it, to make a living, I guess. I will let you know that I'm just not a fan of it. That's it. So I don't know if I would be able to give you good advice on it because of my bias towards my internal. I'll tell you when I get to your question. I'll respond to your question because I see it. Let me read the rest of chat. Maybe we need to subject AI to the cruel gatekeepers at Stack Overflow to make it afraid of making stuff up. True. Thindle then said, but Scare, you got this. Go out and conquer. Just don't have goals that you will never be able to reach in a normalish time frame. Thank you for the 2 bits, Dugasoft. Then Scare responded to Thindle saying, of course, and that is the best flex, being able to do what you love for 25 years and being successful. You're killing it. You should be grateful to be able to even say that. Then Thindle responded, so without knowing what you are doing, we just heard what they're doing. Go out and do, then improve. Remember to stand on the shoulders of giants. Oh, I missed that. Then Scare said, of course, I love the idea so much because I'm in a community of people who love those names, and there's such a diverse amount of names that people deem cool and worth a lot of money. It's just a cool market. Cool. Screen name squatting, says DC Aggie. And then Thindle says, that sounds like it. So again, try not to poop on them. This is a legitimate idea and concept. It is a way of making money, but we should be very clear on if we do have any negative reactions, what they are and why we have them. Again, just because we might not think an idea is in alignment doesn't mean it's not. We just have a different point of view. And we shouldn't. I would like us to restrain ourselves from pushing our viewpoint on other people. Even though I do that all the time, but I try not to. I got flames on the answers I wrote. I didn't ask too much on Stack Overflow. I asked one question on Stack Overflow. I got burned really hard. I stopped asking questions on Stack Overflow for one experience. Yeah, I'm lame like that, but that's okay. I still love myself. Thindle said to Snubble, we all know that the community on Stack Overflow was great for the first year or two, and then did a quick pivot and became a cesspit. True. Thindle says, I don't like your idea, but that's not what you're asking about. So you did ask here, how come? Thindle said, I don't like domain squatters either, but they exist because there's a market. And again, well, let me finish catching up on chat because there isn't too much more. Stony Eagle came in. Hello, Stony Eagle. DC Aggie says, there's a difference between claiming many names, many places with the intent of selling them to others later, and a service which suggests other places where your preferred screen name is available and assists you in claiming it, just like the difference between a tool that helps an individual find a scarce product and one that is to be used for scalping. So yes, 10 out of 10, what the Great One is saying. And thank you, Duca, for the shout out to Stony Eagle. And Thindle says about us being technical but not judging your idea. Okay, so if you were, and this is a very contrived hypothetical situation. This is what my immediate knee-jerk, without thinking too hard about it, reaction was. This sounds like someone is buying up all of the toilet paper from the grocery store and saying, well, if you want toilet paper, you come to me and you pay me some inordinate amount of money for it. And in our society, that is viewed as a negative thing because it is usurping, it is other negative terms. And I'm not telling you that it is. I hope you are not taking this as an attack on your person. I totally understand that you see this as an opportunity, which is completely okay. I am explaining what I think our reactions are to the idea of having screen names and usernames being gathered up, especially popular ones like my username 11lion. I wanted to add that as my username for YouTube, and come to find out YouTube/11lion belongs to someone else entirely. When screen names just came out, and I was one of the very first. I mean, I saw it and I immediately tried to get my username, but this person decided they wanted to have 11lion as their username with 3 subscribers and post some stuff. They only had like 4 videos on their channel before, and now they have quite a bit more. But it was like, this really doesn't make sense. Your name is Randall. Nothing in any of your videos has anything to do with 11lion. So I'm not 100% sure why you would pick that username. But anyway, it still prompted us to pick a better username for my YouTube channel anyway, because the community got to decide. And it was a much better opportunity for me anyway, or not opportunity. It just ended up being amazing and fun. So point is, it just doesn't really make sense for me to, I am not in alignment with the idea of doing this to make money off of people. That's all. It is not wrong or right. It is not good or bad. I'm just not in alignment with it. So, that said, you still are wanting to improve your skills as a software developer. I can support that. If you have stuff that you want to ask about on Discord, on tomorrow's stream, you're still welcome to do that. I will treat you the same as anyone else asking a question. You get the same respect as everyone else because you are you. Okay. Thindle said ditto. I go by both Thindle and my real name, and I prefer my real name, but when I got access to the screen names, Eric Johansson was already taken, but that one kind of makes sense. I mean, like Eric Johansson is probably a relatively common name. Whereas one lion is not, I didn't think it would have been that common. So yeah. DC Aggie said, my YouTube channel has 2 subscribers, with the most recent video being 13 years ago. What can I say? I'm prolific. Nice. Well, I'm going to go and subscribe to DC Aggie's channel, so I can break that streak. Ah, you're not DC Aggie on YouTubes, or you haven't claimed that username, I'm assuming. You know what? I think you've given me a link to your YouTube channel before. But anyway, I won't look at it on screen. We're fine. We'll move on. So again, Scare, I hope I didn't, and I really do mean this, I hope I didn't scare you away from the conversation. You are still very, very welcome here. Just because this one project idea does not really resonate with very many of us here, it does not mean that you're doing something wrong, especially since you have found a team where you're all in alignment. You're all together doing this thing. So don't feel discouraged from chatting here. We aren't judging you. Sorry, I got it a work mail. Okay. DC Aggie, same, but 4 subs. Flex. Yeah, 100% makes sense, just a bit. 18 subs, Flex Smug. Well, Dukasoft has amazing content. Check out. Do you have a link to your YouTube channel? I think he posts his streams and overall footage to YouTube as well as doing a live stream with any new drone footage that he does, where he shows beautiful scenery, beautiful countryside, places around where he lives, and he sends his drone out automatically. Of course, you know, it's programmed, so he doesn't have to do anything. He just sends it out, and it takes beautiful pictures and video. And then it eventually comes back to him and it says, Dukasoft, I'm sleepy. Can you put me on the charger? And Dukasoft is like, no, we need the video from you right now. He says it just like that. Oh, it's just at Dukasoft. What do you know? Dukasoft's a little bit of a slave driver sometimes, but he gets the video content off of it. And the drone is always like, you know, I can just stream directly to your computer. I upload directly while I'm taking video. No, you must keep it on your person at all times until and unless I tell you you can remove it. And so he takes the video off of it. No, I'm definitely not saying he's lazy. He is very proactive in disciplining his drone for not fully cooperating with him. What? What am I even saying? My actual channel features my face, but not name. Aha. And then Thindle said, oh, by the way, I just noticed that you're using shocks. Yep. Well, my previous ones, my aftershocks, which I loved for the longest time, I dropped it one too many times, and now this part cracked, and so it doesn't stay snug against my head. I was trying to find ways to get it to stay, like putting a splint on it. What I'm thinking of doing is just cutting the rubber off and then super gluing it. So I didn't get rid of them because they still work very, very well. So I got these open shocks, and and they're working pretty well. I like them. They use the newer Bluetooth version, and so my receiver doesn't work with them anymore, which is annoying, but that's okay. But I love them as well. I think I got them the first pair in 2019 when someone told me on stream. I can't remember who though. It's also one of the first countries that'll disappear if the sea level keeps rising because it's pretty flat. Random. Stony Eagle was asking me, are you saying that Dukasoft is lazy? And then Dukasoft said, I would agree. Why am I not subscribed to you, Duka? Fixed. Am I? Oh, this channel isn't subscribed to very many people at all. My main YouTube is, definitely. But now you have another subscriber. You just hit 20. DC Aggie is lazy. We say that. I mean, software developers are probably the first people that'll tell you, yeah, I'm pretty lazy. But then you see the amount of work that they actually do. The way that they're lazy is they spend hours creating this system that makes it so that they can push one button and it does all this work for them. And then they use it 3 times. So they spent hours on a system that saved them 15 minutes. Let's make it 21 then. Ooh, climbing and climbing. Look at that. So yeah, definitely follow Dukasoft if you haven't already here on Twitch. He will be streaming again soon-ish as the weather gets better and he's able to go out and do some more filming. Plus he has to have the time to edit the video, put music to it, and then set up the stream, work up the nerve, because that's one of the hardest things to do if you have no idea what it's like being an introvert or being social, having social anxiety. You won't know what I'm talking about, but I definitely know and experience it every time that I stream. So I know how much effort goes into it, Dukasoft, but I think your streams are still amazing when you are able to. So anyway, software developers are the kind of people who will do a 5-minute job once, and then the second time they'll get fed up and spend 2 weeks building an application to save those 5 minutes, so they never have to do that 5 minutes again. I like your wording better though, Thindle. Snubble said, lots of developers spend months working on a blog engine, but never write the blog. Yes. So exactly what Lion said, but worded better from the both of you. Awesome. My son will make me a cake now. Yay. Well, now that you're at 21, will it be a rum cake? Rum cake. My computer still hasn't recovered. Kind of wish I had done a commit and push at some point in the last few days. Days? It's been days since you've committed. Smirking Squiggly came in earlier. Dang it, I didn't actually say hi, but hello, Smirking Squiggly. Smirking Squiggly said, can relate. Truth. I will stream again. That's a promise. Yeah, and from me, you know that there is no rush from me. There is no pressure. I love seeing your streams when you're able to, but I get it. I very get it. Dang it, man. I feel bad because I think we scared Scare off, and I did not want to do that. I wanted them to feel like they could still ask us questions about the software. For those of you that don't know, or for those of you that even care enough to hear this part, you can mute me. I'm going to talk about personality typing systems. I'm an INTJ, and my 6-year-old function, the function that's in the 3rd slot that usually is like underdeveloped, is called, well, let me help you out. Kidding. It's called introverted feeling, FI, and it is a function that informs my value system. And the thing that happened with me is that I learned at an early age that no one else is going to take care of me, so I need to take care of me. I need to make my own decisions. I need to have my own self-motivation and all of this fun stuff, because everyone else is going to let me down. That was my early age thoughts. That's what started forming my value system. So when something comes up in this regard where it rubs wrong against my value system, since it's in that 6-year-old spot, if I'm not watching it carefully, it's going to lash out. It's going to throw a tantrum. I try to keep an eye on it so that whenever I do feel this kind of knee jerk, oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's just wrong, that I am more mindful and respectful of the other selves' experiences. Yeah. So that's what happened there. I had an initial knee-jerk reaction. I stopped, I watched it, and then I expressed my opinion to the other self. Yeah, and I don't want to view it that way either, DC Aggie. Like, even giving in to thinking about it like that, which is pretty much how it comes up for me, um, I just don't, like, I don't know the person yet. I made some uninformed judgments on their character based off of the project. Because, of course, the statement came up in my head, anyone that would want to do that is, and then fill in the blank for whatever your stereotype of anyone that would do that kind of thing. Versus when I actually stepped back and said, wait, they see an opportunity. From their standpoint, they are just taking advantage of an opportunity, the same way that I'm working for Navarro because they don't want to hire any other developer. They only want me to do the software development for their applications. Is it maybe because no, I won't even go into the reasons that they want to keep me, but it was just more trying to do true empathy, step into their shoes and see, yeah, they aren't in the mindset of I'm doing anything wrong. They aren't trying to be they aren't necessarily, I can't say this, they aren't necessarily trying to do it from a standpoint of I just want to make money off of you right there. But I mean, I can't either, but I can definitely try, and I can hold space for them and give them love and express my opinion, and if it helps to inform their decision about how they truly feel about it and their own motivations and how they feel about that, then cool. If not, they continue doing whatever it is that they're doing because it is what they have decided is okay for them to do. And cool for that too. Okay, enough of the esoteric talk, right? I don't think I can get that out of my system anymore. I think it's just going to come up when it comes up. I've been engrossed in a lot of these types of topics, so yeah. It's what you're going to hear from me on occasion. So Snabo said, now, actually, I will read off what DC Aggie said because, again, your opinions are very welcome. Don't worry, they look down our screen names to claim elsewhere. Lockdown, took down our screen names. There, they took down our screen names to claim elsewhere and hold ransom. Yeah, I don't even like social media, so I'm not too worried about it. Like, I think the only one, in case you're still listening, that I haven't signed up for is Blue Sky. Oh, and I can't think of the name of that one. Anyway, another one that's kind of like Reddit. Sub something. Best case, I'll stay silent. Can't imagine squatting screen names even with the idea that if you don't, others will. Yeah, it's it's definitely an epidemic that we have as a human race, which is other people are going to do it anyway. So me not doing it isn't going to fix the problem of other people doing it. Yeah, it's a mindset thing that we have as humans, period. User 123 was already taken. I suggest user 12424564563 Dang it, I lost it. 42234521244564564564523446452456456745. Dot 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 dot. DC Aggie says it deleted my Twitter account a while ago. It was hard to do because I had my actual name as your actual name is screen name because I joined very early on. I deleted mine as well a few weeks ago, says Dukasoft. I don't know what mine is doing. I haven't seen it nor done anything with it in eons. I used to post to Twitter when I went live, and then there was a bot from the .net account that would repost my stream going live, and I was like, I don't really want to do that. I'm very happy on Mastodon. Has early internet, feels cool. Very cool. Okay, goodness. Tomorrow's another community day. It sure is. It sure is. That said, we kind of just had community day. Again, my FI is coming up very, very strong in this point in time, where we had really long conversations about topics that weren't RTRAC, and I have not taken a step forward in an hour and a half, 2 hours. Man, it's getting really, really difficult because all of my time post-stream is spent doing work stuff. And I don't get any more Berto time. F-Track. Let's get back on F-Track. I like F-Track. Fine, man. It doesn't even matter. You don't have to pay attention. I love the conversation, and you've done a great job contributing to it. So thank you so much for that. Feel free to bring up any other conversations. It's on me whether or not I respond. Do you. Do you. Be amazing. Be you. Oh. Okay, but Scott is here. Hello, Scott. No! Dang it. Oh man, so I guess there were a lot more commands that disappeared when I moved, when I reformatted my computer. Not Scott. Oh, I guess I really do just have you as Scott. Rack of tea. Rack of tea. Yeah, the other thing that I love about RTRAC is that there is no K at the end, but STRAC has a K at the end, and HasTrack has a K at the end. So Scott doesn't really stream, but if he ever does, you'll want to follow him so that you can see his streams. What's fixed, Decaggy? That was terrible. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Scott says, I want to stream this weekend, creating an AI agent that generates advertisement banners. Cool. Do the do. Make magic. Make possibilities happen. Oh yeah. Oh man. Are you going to record a VOD or anything? Because I know that I'm not going to be able to catch it if you're streaming on the weekend, but I want to see that. Like the the most that I will choose to do on the weekend is if I see you go live, I will lurk on your channel. But yeah, that time is sacred. Yes. All right. Cool. I will look for your VOD if you do happen to stream this weekend. Oh, I enjoy having the stream to focus. As I said, we haven't taken a step forward in at least 2 hours. Gosh. If you could only see how much the FI affects my body, my physical body, like the amount of shaking that's going on inside of me, it's just insane. Oh, whoops. Oh my gosh, Dukasoft, thank you. What I meant was follow domain-driven design on the on the Twitch. This channel here. Make sure you're followed. Make sure you're followed. Oh, look at that background. Wow. That looks like the Rockies. Or the Himalayas. Dukasoft, you're the goodest. So flippin' helpful. Oh. Okay. So this button doesn't do squat. Unload TRN. Timeout every 15 minutes. Flipping tables. Download submitted TRN will give us the same message that there are no TRNs because we don't use the TBL sent email. Or do we? I don't know if we use TBL sent email or email log or not. What's in that table? I did copy the data over from the test server, so we should be able to query that table and see if there are records. And if so, maybe they have date stamps. Sent. Sort by. Hello? Oh, this button. Sort by date sent descending. So 2019, which is pretty much just before I started, is the most recent record in this table. Interesting. So how then? How is... What's going on with you, Mouser? Are you okay? Are you having a bad day? How is this table populated with records from 2025 when it's the same submitted TRN data? We're going to find out what is populating this table. Because we're going to use that instead of the send email table, email log table. Submitted report. Man, I hate it when I get on my soapbox and then I make you guys just feel like you can't bring up topics. I need to do work, so stop talking to me. Why are you streaming then, kid? Kid, just stop your stream if you want to do work. I don't want to stop talking to you guys. Get submitted TRNs. Get submitted TRN list. TBL sent. Please keep streaming. I don't want to do work today. I am crazy. Does that mean that what? And excuse me, not submit TRN. Submit a TRN report. How do you have records from January of 2025 if we're using the TBL? Oh, because this is not TBL email log. Finger spaz. None of those people work here anyway. Okay, good. Good. And that's my username. Good. What's going on, guys? Besides, if you guys don't end up bringing up conversations and stuff, I'm gonna find a way to distract myself. Not that I'm inviting you to purposefully try to distract me. Really, really, really do not want that. And on mouse, interesting. It's got the rubber ball thing because I haven't opened it yet. So I'm like, hey, that'll be easy. It already comes with its own protector. I've got something for you, says DC Haggy. Table, TRTD, TD. A table of records. Those are records? Those don't look like records. They look like hard drives. HDD. Okay. Stony Eagle says, not much to add other than complain about my rewrite. Best I could find in Unicode. No problem. I guess you're not ChatGPT, are you? What's that supposed to mean? So what's going on with your rewrite, Stony Eagle? You are welcome to complain here. If you ask me to go look at it, though, I probably will decline. You can ask me to do that tomorrow. We have two Jad jokes for the price of none. One joke is, what is the hardest part about skydiving? The ground. Well, I was thinking maybe nope, not gonna go there. And then the other joke is, how do you fix a broken pizza? With tomato paste. No. I really like your name. So one thing that I learned, at least, I'll say it this way because I don't know if it is true about the entire culture. There is a culture where the pronunciation of a name is a compliment. It is an honorable thing to do for you to pronounce a name the way that you think it should be pronounced. And you're highly encouraged to, like, if for whatever reason I saw your name written and I thought it was pronounced Stone, then you would feel respected because I'm pronouncing your name Stone, because that's the pronunciation that came from my utterance of your beautiful name. So for you to be upset about, I don't know. I don't think it's like a pet name. Pet name is different. It's like, if I was calling you Kiagi or Elevendy, you call me Elevendy. That's different. That's familiarity. This is more like, this is our first time meeting. I've only seen your name written, and so I'm going to pronounce it the best way that I can, and that is going to sound beautiful to you. It's just how they think. It's like, oh, awesome. It's like, how do you pronounce it? That doesn't even matter. I'm not upset. It's just weird since I'm used to gamers picking one of the two. Yeah, I mean, I usually do, but your name just sticks out to me like, it's a cool name. It's Stony Eagle, man. It's like the Stony Eagle. So anyway, in honor of you, in respect of you, I will do my best to remember to just call you either Stony or Eagle. I promise. I can't guarantee that I will adhere to it, but I'll do my best. I have homework for everyone. Watch the free version of the RTRAC Birdemic. Watch the free version? I will put it on my list of things to do. That is an hour and a half. You want me to use an hour and a half of my time on it? That's a big ask, TC Aggie. That is a very big ask. You have a very big ask. I cannot. Well, actually, you know what? I could do it as a cooking show. 8 out of 10 on IMDb. Damn. Yeah. I will start it while I am cooking, but if it ends up being something that I am not into, then I won't watch the whole thing. I hope you are not offended by that, but I will at least give it a look. Stone Eagle says, about my rewrite then, shall we? My backend, we were just talking about DC Aggie's big ask. My backend is a patchwork of trial and error with a lot of unused code and things that I can improve. So I am rewriting, but those changes obviously break stuff. That's what I'm doing with this app. I think we're on the same boat, Stony. DC Aggie says, plus the comedians making fun of the bad movie while you watch it. It's comedy gold, I think is the rest of that sentence or statement. Okay. This is an authenticated service. You're going to be username. Nope. Capital username. Oh my goodness. You know what? That's DDMS that I'm thinking about, isn't it? I did not create a username property. I'll do that now. Oh wait, it's user lowercase name if I did create it. I didn't. Okay, so base authenticated service is going to get a non-nullable protected non-nullable string username, and it's going to be user identity name unknown, player unknown. Better help me, Pedal. Is that a quote from the movie or? Oh, you better help me pedal. Better P-E-D-A-L? P-E-D-D-L-E. Not familiar. Not familiar. Not familiar. Peddle is to sell stuff. Spelled that way. Is that what you meant? If we're in the same boat. Oh, paddle. Paddle. Okay. Peddle is to sell things. It's to go out on the street and be like, here you go. Here. And then pedal, P-E-D-A-L, is when you put your feet on the thing and you make this chain go around the wheel and then the wheel starts turning. And then paddle, P-A-D-D-L-E, is the thing where you are rowing about pushing oars into the water in order to propel the boat in a direction. How's that for a human dictionary? And dear Microsoft, please add spell check to the commit message field in Visual Studio. Subjecting my coworkers to my actual spelling skills is unkind to both them and me. Now tell us about mongers, like AI mongers. Mongers, now I am not Irish John Games. He is amazing at this. He is awesome at topic expert stuff. No, you're okay, Stony. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry if it sounded like I was making fun of you for it, but I'm not. I'm not. Your English is better than other people we know, so don't even be concerned with it. Even if it wasn't better than other people we know, you're still very welcome here and talk the way you talk. Okay, that means that we can now use this in place of username, change you to the user name. I don't know why I'm making this change because we don't really need this, but whatever. That's what we're doing. We're trying to figure out where the get submitted TRN list is coming from, aren't we? That's what we're trying to do. We found out that the submitted report, DC Aggie says, Eagle, I wouldn't have guessed. That's impressive as I tend to notice that stuff. He tends to notice it. Spend enough online time, time online to learn. Yeah. I'm not apologizing. Oh, well, I heard it as an apology, therefore you were apologizing. Well, I'm apologizing for misrepresenting what you were saying. I'm sorry. Okay, so yes, it's definitely this get submitted TRN's report list, or get submitted TRN list. Get submitted TRN. Oops, I meant shift. Shift F2, F12. Takes me to the service. Dag nabbit, Martha Truckin' Forgin Ford. Okay, is taking us here, and this is coming from TBL email sent. We saw that. Therefore, ergo, what we should be able to do is for the get submitted TRN that is being used for the page that we're on, where we're clicking on download, instead of calling yeah, but this is get submitted TRN report, which gives us a list of sent email model, and you give us a submitted TRN list response model, which has a list of submitted TRN model, which has date sent, lab lots, lot list, and selected, compared to our sent email list, which has lab lot method message body. And the actual output looks like this. Let's go. What even is this? Where do you camp with that notice tent? Asking for a friend. We were thinking about buying a tent for a camp out in our basement. What? Chad B. Noob, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome in. You caught us when I was doing work. Weird. I just started doing work again. Let me read chat and then we'll greet you and say hello to everyone that just came in with the raid. Hopefully, pre-rolls are back on. Boo. Hopefully you'll get through the ad soon if you are currently stuck in an ad. While I read through chat, and then I will say hello to you. So Stony said, one thing you may like to know is that I am not easy to offend. You have to do a lot worse to make me mad. I mean, that's cool, but even if you, regardless, I still am going to try to treat you with more respect. It's just, I am easy to offend myself for treating people negatively. Hack the planet, says DC Heggy. Hopefully by hackers you mean software developers and people that write code and not people that are trying to be malicious in their coding. Dear Twitch, please add a button to ban yourself, says Dukasoft. Ethical hackers. Then DC Aggie says, it's like I'll spend the afternoon doing pair programming with a junior named Claude. What? Stony said, I am almost getting myself locked out of Let's Encrypt. Whoops. Is it because you're not paying attention? You should pay attention. But welcome in, Chad B. What were you doing on your stream? Tell us a bit about yourself. I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'm going to give you a quick look. What are your streams? You're doing science and technology, doing it live. Chatty B. How do we get to your page? By clicking on this. See books. I love books. I mean, I don't like technical books to read them. I just like seeing them. I like libraries. All right, so what do you do? Race to the bottom. HTB. I don't know what that is because I'm out of touch. Too out of touch to touch you. Pen tester. Awesome. Following. Yes, I did have to see what your channel is about before I followed you. I was actually working on defense on stream. I stream pen testing and network defense. I'm actually purple, but I'm a pen tester. Oh, hack the box. Right. I learned about that through Bob Ross or Max, one of them. I'm actually purple, but I'm a I was about to say presenter again. Pen tester at the moment. HCB is Hack the Box, a pen tester and defense learning platform. Hack the planet, says Reg. And then before that, Eagle said, I appreciate your effort to respect me, sir. He says, don't call me Stony Eagle. That sounds too formal. And then he goes and calls me sir. You don't have to convince me. You do you. Of course, if you do say things that are along the lines of negative towards our community or towards software development, then that's when I'll start hyping up. But you're good. You do you. We need one of those days since injury signs, but for coworkers sending dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of test emails to actual people. Oh, man. Sir Stony of Eagle, first of his name. And Big Gamey is here. Hello, Big Gamey. One day you'll be able to do Archer again. I don't police my community. I ask members of the community to be respectful and mindful of each other as a kindness to each other. And that's it. And then if I happen to find that there are negative actors, then I will say to them, I will let them know that I don't really appreciate that kind of thing. And I try to do it in a respectful manner, and then they can choose how to act at that point in time. That's just me reframing exactly what you said. I pretty much just restated what you said with more words and trying to make it sound better than it is.
Proceed.
Yes, proceed. Okay, well, welcome in to anyone that is still here from Chad's stream. I am One Lion. I am a .NET developer. I work on web applications for the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. They are applications that are used for the purposes of tracking and reporting on hazardous chemicals in our groundwater, our soil, our groundwater, I guess it is groundwater, isn't it? Our water and the air quality. We do things like take samples of air, water, and soil, send them to labs. Those labs process them. They do whatever test we're asking for to test for specific analytes using specific methods that we're asking for. They give us back the results. Those results are entered using the application that I'm currently working on. It's called RTRAC. Don't mind the UI, please. It was worse. It's still not great. I'm not the best at UI, but we're mainly focused on restoring the functionality from the original app. I'm pulling it over from .NET Framework to Blazor, and we're hoping to be able to take a step forward today. I am about 8 minutes from ending this stream, and I got nothing done, which means that I'll be spending the rest of the night working because I don't feel like I actually did client work. And I'm not going to build a client for work that I didn't do. But the great thing is that I was able to talk with you guys and had great conversations and stuff. I love this job. I love being able to do Blazor every single day as the work that I do. I manage not only this application, but the applications that are used for storing water level data from our treatment plant facilities, from our wells, displaying a map of the entire arsenal, which is now a wildlife refuge, not the arsenal anymore, generating reports for sending compliance reports to the EPA, to other environmental agencies, state and federal, and the hazard tracking system, which is a very, very important one because our site is one of the highest rated safety conscious sites in the US. There's like, I think 7 total sites that get whatever the name of this star is called, but I can't think of what it's called, so you're not going to hear the name of it. But it has something to do with like OSHA compliance, I think. OSHA Star Wars. VPP. It's the VPP. So we are a VPP site. There are very few sites across the US that are VPP. How many sites are VPP across the US? It's like a handful. 2,200 work sites? I thought there was a lot fewer. Anyway, there's like 2%. Oh, okay, that's why. It's because it's like 2% of sites in the US get VPP status and maintain it for as long as we have. So our site is very, very proud about making sure that all of our employees have a way to report hazardous scenarios that they witness. We act on it, we do stuff like that. So that's done through another application that I manage and maintain. But there are like a total of 7 or 8 web apps and a couple of desktop apps. Not getting tons done, but having a great time on stream. That only happens to me every time. Yeah, but well, I guess now you've started streaming your work product, your client work as well, but I feel really bad when I am actually trying to work on client work, and I'm not going to build a client if I didn't actually do work on the product. DCaki says Skywater is a strange way to refer to precipitation and humility. Oh my gosh. Someone teach me how to word. And humidity, but I could see myself using it. Luke Skywater. TBD says, I'm lucky that I get to go into every stream with no expectation of getting anything done. Yeah. And it's like, I want to stream because I don't get the opportunity to learn from other developers in my everyday job, because I'm a solo developer and I have done and I work by myself on all of the stuff. So having people who glance over and have eyes on my project and have an opinion on how to implement something differently has been very educational for me, and I grow a lot from it. I've grown a lot since I started streaming, which is awesome, amazing, and I love it, and I don't want to give that up. But at the same time, there are times when I feel like it's just starting to get in the way of me being able to honor my client in a way where I am doing the actual work that I am supposed to be doing. Do I not have a cancellation token here? One other thing that I should mention in order to excuse myself is that this application was created a long time ago, before my time. I got here in 2017. And these applications were JSP applications. The requirement that was asked of me, what I was hired to do was to take these applications from JSP into a Microsoft product. And so I chose .NET MVC as the application types, and I ported all of the applications from JSP over to .NET MVC using .NET Framework 4.7.2, which I knew at the time. It's what I was most comfortable in, most confident with, so that's what I chose. Then in 2018, Blazor came out, and we had one particular application called the Digital Document Management System, DDMS, that you'll hear me talking about a lot, especially lately because I'm doing some upgrades on it, that lended itself perfectly to Blazor. Since Blazor was new, I was like, this is going to be tough. But we ended up changing that VB6 to VB.NET WinForms app into a full-fledged Blazor app. That was my first Blazor application that I created. I was super duper happy with it. Like at the time I was super duper happy with it. Looking at it now, I'm like, this is disgusting. Who in the world wrote this? Oh, right. So anyway, I'm working on upgrading that application at the same time off stream. The thing that happened with that one is I changed it over to use .NET 8 because I have a feature to add to it. And as I was changing it over to .NET 8, I turned nullability on. I had 5,000 plus warnings, and I'm like, I can't handle seeing the warnings. I need to clean those up if I'm going to be working in this application, which was kind of dumb because I spent 3 to 4 weeks on it, just cleaning it up. But I'm happy to say, as of this morning, there are 0 nullability warnings. The only warnings that exist in it are the ones to do with like parameters in a code behind file being full props. Wins everywhere, yeah. Except that I hadn't gotten anything done today in RTRAC, but that's fine. Wins everywhere. Okay, so anyway, today was a lot of network traffic analysis, says Chad. Can I call you Chad? Do you want to be called Chad B? Do you want to be called Chad B Noob? Do you want to be called Noob or B Noob or Banoob? Or anyway, my streams are hit or miss as far as productivity. I missed a whole bunch of other chat. DC Aggie said it's a star without points. Yeah, that's what this was. That are too pointy. This is okay. For safety's sake, a circle? I don't know what a circle is, but yes, I agree with you. Thindle said, but I'm going back to my own project soon, just stressed about this. And DC Aggie says, ugh, staff meeting. Boo. I need a new shirt. White cat snuggles, black t-shirt. Yuck. Oh. I love cats, so. Digasoft says, I support you to Thindle, no matter what you're working on while streaming. Absolutely. It's kind of like I told TBD Gamer this morning. So he's thinking of doing Liquid Sky on Monday, which he usually does developer.stream on Mondays. So this is out of his schedule, but I'm like, as long as you're streaming, it's cool. Choose whatever project you want. If you wanted to do Liquid Sky tomorrow, do Liquid Sky tomorrow. Absolutely. Anyway, Chad is great. Chad is great. I mean, check him out. Have you seen him? He has this YouTube channel, or I said YouTube channel. He has this Twitch channel where he streams pen testing and learning all of this stuff through Hack the Box. You should check him out. TVD Gamer says, 200 Liquid Sky streams for my 45th birthday. It's just an opportunity I can't pass up. Liquid Mondays. I've been there. Oh dear. Oh dear. I have IVs just for that occasion. No, I don't. I stopped drinking, 10 years ago. Overshare. Or 7 years ago. Sorry. I forgot that I had a really, really bad slip up in 2018 where I was, 2019. I was extremely disgruntled and stuff was hitting the fan and I just drank myself into a stupor. Speaking of oversharing, every day is a liquid day somewhere. Mr. Lion, thank you for the stream. I'm off to PT. Have a great rest of your day. I will. I'm ending my stream here. I will be doing workday stuff for the rest of the day and probably into the evening. Because what is this, a 3-hour stream? It's a 4-hour stream. Anyway, one day we'll work on the bot again. Anything else? No, I think that's it. All right. Well, thank you again for the raid. It was fantastic of you to show up. I will check out your stream whenever I see you go live. And at minimum, I will lurk on it, but most of the time I will be listening in at least. So, and we're going to raid out. And I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. Tomorrow is Friday, and on our channel, that means that it is a community day. Community days mean that we open up Discord. I have a voice channel in Discord that I will pull you into if you let me know that you're waiting in there. And you do that by !waiting. You'll see it tomorrow if you're here. So if you have something that you want to talk about that is software development related, you want to engage with the community in a more direct way, you can use your, I haven't rated yet. You can use your voice to talk with us directly. Or if you aren't comfortable using your voice, then you are more than welcome to just type in chat. We've been having conversations about AI lately, but for the first part of tomorrow's community day, I'd like to take the opportunity to do a code review that someone requested in Discord. And I said that I would do my best to try to take a look at it. If not over the weekend, then on the next community day, which is tomorrow. So I will uphold that. I pride myself on integrity, so we're going to do it. We're going to do it. All right. So the copy pasta is there from BitGamey, who is being amazing. Thank you so much for that. The copy pasta, for those of you that are subscribers, is, I don't know, did I make this thing free? Is this one free? Do you have to be a subscriber to use that one? Or this one? I don't know. Anyway, I don't do that kind of thing, so doesn't matter. All of my videos, as Dukasoft posted. Dukasoft, by the way, is the best non-bot bot ever. He is my mod, my one and only. I said it that way on purpose. Mod love. Hubba hubba. Dukasoft is amazing and super duper helpful. He also streams, so check him out when he does. We are going to raid out to one of our beloved members of our community, Mr. or I don't know if he goes by Mr. The creature that is known as Canny Dev, who is a creature known as a canny. They're hanging out together in a stream. It is what's your name? Temptic and Canny today. I don't see Panda. Panda's usually there sometimes. She's going to be streaming too in the future. But check them all out. Enjoy them. So if you raid out to someone else, are they uncanny? They are super uncanny. Not just uncanny, but uncanny valleys. If you think that this is tiring or anything, you're mistaken. It's AR. I'm not really waving my hand. I am. Not just a shout out. We're giving you a raid too. Not just a shout out. Okay, ciao for now. I'll see you guys on the next time that you join up. Ciao.